morning. And then we'll also have a presentation about From the Land of Kansas and our central registration for Kansas Farmers Market. And then we'll end our day with the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program, which I know a lot of you are wanting to get signed up for. So thank you again for taking time out of your day to join us. And there's just a couple of housekeeping items I want to review with you this morning. One, as you may have already noticed, during the presentation portion of the webinar, all of the participant microphones are muted. And we have added in closed captioning. So this is going across the bottom of your screen. If that's something you would like to mute, click on Live Transcript or More, and then you should see an option that says Hide Subtitle. And you can do that, and that will turn off that closed captioning. If you do have questions during the presentation, just submit them in the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. The submitted questions are being monitored by the Kansas Department of Agriculture and K-State Research and Extension. And when you put in those questions, if you can include your name, your city, and your farmer's market or business if applicable, and then also include the first name of the speaker that you have the question for, because we know some of these questions will be flowing throughout the day and we want to just make sure we're getting the correct speaker to be answering the question you have. This webinar is being recorded and will be posted online for all participants. So as much as possible, the presentations will be posted online later, so you can always watch them again. Make sure you're getting all the answers you need, or if you need to pull off different phone numbers or email addresses or websites from those presentations. Also, if you are selling pet treats or live plants, we already have those handouts and videos posted on our website. You'll be seeing the link in the chat box, and if you go to that link and just scroll down beneath the Register Now button, you can grab all of that information today. And then finally, if you were registered by February 8th, and requested to receive copies of the regulations for farmers markets direct to consumer sales or the food labeling publications, hopefully you've already received those in the mail. However, if it was after February 8th that you requested those, we're going to be mailing those out here probably either today or on Monday. So you should be getting those next week. And if you're not sure if you ordered those or just have a question about them, we'll also be popping in the chat box Robin Bloom's information that you can reach out to her and she'll help make sure you're getting those publications, hard copies that you would like mailed to you. So Londa, I'm going to turn it over to you for the next part and to get our speakers introduced.
Great, thank you very much, Janelle. And we are so glad that you could join us this morning, everybody that's on. We'd like to thank our speakers and then all of you participants too. I just ditto what Janelle said, and it's been a great week. We've had lots of great questions, which is wonderful, because that's really why we have these, is to help you get your questions answered and to help you connect with people that can help you answer questions in the future as well. So, and I know it's finally getting a little bit warmer this morning. Yeah, hopefully you don't have to deal with too many broken pipes and those sort of things. I know some of you might be doing that. So I'm gonna, before we launch into a poll and start with our speakers this morning, I am gonna talk just really briefly about a few resources that Kansas State Research and Extension has available to farmers market vendors and direct to consumer sellers. Many of these have been mentioned throughout the week, but some of you might not have been able to join earlier in the week. So I'll share it now as well. So the first thing, we don't quite have it ready to show yet, but it's getting closer. The publication that Janelle mentioned, the regulations and best practices for farmers markets and for direct to consumer sales, we're making that into kind of like an app, like a website that's more searchable. It should be ready soon. Anyway, it should be coming soon. So hopefully we'll be able to share that with you here very shortly. The next thing that I wanted to mention is that KSRE is going to be, and with KDA, jointly with KDA, we're going to be holding a session as part of this series, but we're doing it in 2 weeks just to let you have a little break between this busy week. And then it'll be in 2 weeks specifically on produce safety. And so, you know, normally during these farmers market workshops, we quite often do, a little bit of talking about produce safety. So this year we're going to do just an hour session. Will be a lunch hour session from noon to 1 on March 5 on a Friday, 2 weeks from today. I put our website there in the chat so you can take a look at that. We have a number of other produce safety trainings coming up as well, including one next week on GAPS food safety plan. So if you ever want to get GAPS certified, we have a training coming up next week that'll help with that. And then the one on March 5, and then we have one on, oh man, now I just lost the term, on wildlife control, controlling wildlife and produce safety. That's coming up in March. And then we have an intro to produce safety, and there's another FSMA, Food Safety Modernization Act, Produce Safety Alliance training coming up as well. So those are all listed on that website there. Registration information is all available there too. So, and as always, I shouldn't say as always, but I feel like I'm often reminding, we have free water testing available for produce growers. So it's just microbial water testing that we can do. So generic E. coli, but more information on that is on our website also. We also have GAPS cost share funds available. So if any of so for produce growers, any buyer that might say to you, you need to be GAPS certified, we have cost share that we can pay for up to half the cost of your GAPS certification. One thing I will mention too, again, we don't quite have all the details in place yet, but just wanted to let you know that we are working on a morel mushroom identification session. Hopefully we'll be able to advertise that soon as well. But again, we quite often do that in conjunction with some of the workshops, and we're still working out the details of that, but hopefully we'll be able to share that information with you soon also. Just a few other things that I'll mention here in the few minutes that we have. In addition to the publication that you could order as being part of this workshop that Janelle mentioned, I'll put this link in the chat too. So we have a publication on regulations and best practices for selling at farmers markets. And then we also have the publication on food labeling for people that are selling food. And then in addition, on that website there, that's our K-State farmers market website. There's some other publications there, such as we have a new one on selling canned food in Kansas. So that one, again, we did it jointly with KDA. So that has more information, specifically on if you're selling canned foods, kind of more details on that. And there's, a number of other publications there that might be of interest also. So, so I think with that, I am going to, I'm going to get a poll going here so we can see who's in the crowd this morning. But I just want to reiterate, we really appreciate the partnership. KSRE appreciates the partnership with KDA. And I want to give a huge shout out to Carrie Ebert with the Kansas SARE and KSAC, which is Sustainable Agriculture and Alternative Crops, for sponsoring this workshop. So she's made it possible for us to bring in a nationally recognized speaker for our keynote, who'll be speaking here in a few minutes. And the publications for free and all those things. So we really appreciate her sponsorship of this event. So, and now I'm going to go ahead and launch a poll this morning. Again, we miss seeing all of you in person, but at least we can have this poll so we can kind of get to know each other a little bit. So this question, it'll kind of help our speakers also have an idea of who's in the audience, and it will give all of us here kind of an idea of who's here this morning. So you can fill out what products are you currently selling, and then which ones are you interested in learning more about? So, and you can see all the lists there. You can select more than one. You don't just have to select one, you can pick all of them. So we just would like to know more about who's in the audience, and this is our kind of time to just see who's here and to know what sort of people we have in the audience today. So I will let that go a few more seconds here. And again, we really appreciate everybody joining this morning, and great, we got a good turnout here. So I'm gonna end the polling here, and I will share the results. So again, this morning we have lots of produce sellers this morning, which is great, and we appreciate everybody, all the different types of things that are sold at farmers markets. But we also have a lot of prepared foods, And then we have quite a few egg sellers as well. So, and then I see some people writing in the Q&A the things that they're selling also. So really appreciate everybody for coming this morning. And I am going to now introduce our speaker. And again, we're really excited this morning to have Michael Kilpatrick with us this morning. He's the owner of the Growing Farmers in the Field Media LLC. And he's also a farmer, educator, and inventor who lives in Ohio. And like I mentioned, this is nice that we're having this virtual, so it's easy to get in a national speaker. He doesn't have to drive to Kansas or fly to Kansas to speak. He's the host of the top-rated Thriving Farmer podcast and the Thriving Farmer Summit series, which has been viewed by over 100,000 farmers. He has managed large farms and businesses, consulted for industry experts around the world, and spoken at dozens of conferences, including this one this morning. Michael believes that anyone can build a profitable farm by following the simple business and management skills that he teaches in the Small Farm University, his company's educational platform and community for thriving farmers. So again, Michael, we are so excited to have you this morning, and glad that you could join us this morning. So Michael, and I love your, I see your license plate there in the background, Born to Farm. It's very nice. So Michael, I'm going to turn it over to you. And again, if you have questions for Michael, one other thing I want to mention before he gets going, if you have questions for him, please type that into the Q&A. And if you can this morning, make sure that you do put who your question is for, because we have a number of speakers this morning. So, you know, that this first one, it won't matter as much, but later in the day, if you can indicate who this question is for, so we make sure we get it to the right speaker. So Michael, thanks. I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. Really appreciate that. Can you all hear me okay? Just let me know in the chat if you can hear me. And I'm going to actually go ahead and get my presentation. All right, good. All right, the next thing is my presentation. So let's go ahead and make sure if I can get my presentation working. I'm going to do this here, hit share and hit play. And you guys should see my presentation.
Yep,
okay.
Looks good.
All right, I think we're good. We'll take it from the top then. All right, well, thank you again so much for having me. Really appreciate it. And today, what I really want to do is talk about winning with direct-to-consumer sales. You know, this is the #1 thing that made the difference from us, you know, doing this as a hobby and failing versus building a thriving farm that employed many in our community and reached thousands and now hundreds of thousands of people around the world. So let's dive in. So, you know, one of the things I love to do is dealing with the consumers, dealing with the public can be so much fun because sometimes they're not quite as educated and it just gives us a little bit of a laugh. So I reached out to my group and I asked them, what's your funniest farmer's market or retail story? And we got over 209 comments in just a couple hours. But Diane had a really good one. She said, a woman spent 15 minutes searching a stack of eggplants, saying she would only eat the male eggplants. The same woman only wanted to eat the female peppers. And then the other people have overheard people saying, hey, the lemon cucumbers taste just like lemons. So it's always fun. And I think that also points out to the fact of why retail and why direct-to-consumer is so important, so we can educate our customers, but we'll get to that in a bit. So 6 ways that retail wins. We're going to start off with that. Then we'll talk about some takeaways to grow your business. And finally, we'll talk a little bit about my story and why it's important to what we're discussing today. So first, what is retail? Obviously, a lot of you here probably already sell retail. We love to see the top 5, which is on-farm, farmers markets, home delivery, which is a new big one, shipping, which is coming more prominent, and then finally CSA. The other 4 we list, they're really not retail. And they're where we see farmers start to really struggle unless they're more of an established farm. So part of this comes back to how long is your food chain, because between farm and table, when you sell at a farmer's market or sell retail, that shortens it. There's less people trying to take a percentage of it, trying to be a cut of what you're selling. And so retail channels, I want to talk a little bit about that in more detail. So on farm, stand, or pickup, and we're seeing a lot of success with these. And again, you don't have to start fancy. So this is one of our farmers out in Oregon who has this little tiny shed they put in. Again, they put a a little cooler in it. They had a table. They put a box in for money, and they're reliably bringing in $75 to $100 a day just from this little shed. Now, the thing about on-farm is it requires good traffic. So if you're in the middle of nowhere in like Oklahoma, or I know there's many parts of Kansas that are rural, it may not be the best fit. And nice thing about a stand is you can move small amounts of produce on more of a consistent aspect. And a small self-serve stand can be great too. So just have the rules in there. What you have is like ways for them to pay you, either Venmo or PayPal. And we just put that up on the wall, say, you know, PayPal us right here. And again, it's great. We did a little stand out front of our house this last fall for pumpkins and gourds, and that actually worked out really well for us. Now, farmers market. I love farmers markets. This is my background. This is my expertise over 10 years at farmers markets. So I have a great deal to say about farmers markets. I'll try to keep it brief today. You have to find the right market. So that's definitely important. If you do find the right market, you can definitely clear thousands of dollars in just a few hours. And again, this is not related to just New York City markets or just West Coast markets. I've talked to farmers that are doing this all across the fruited plain, and it works out really well for a lot of these farmers. The other thing about farmers market is it's great for customer acquisition. So let's say you want to build your online store presence. Well, farmers market is a great way for people to get introduced to your brand. Now, you can also help you sell specialty products at scale. And we'll get to that in a little bit because there's some real margin to be made on specialty products. And then also you can, if you say you're not a people person, with farmers market, you can outsource that. Find someone who's especially bubbly and effervescent and can really just loves talking to people. And that's your really good farmers market person. We were at a farmers market where we'd average do $2,000 to $3,000 there. And again, it would go up and down. But there was a farmer that had a great product. They would struggle to get above $600 to $800 a week at that market. And again, this was 3,000 customers a day through there. There was 50 vendors. There was no reason with the quality of their produce that they shouldn't do better. Well, one time we talked to them, another vendor talked to them and said, you know what, the problem is you're going to the market and you don't like to sell. And so they switched out the person at their stand and instantly doubled their product. So it comes down to having that person which loves people and can be really outgoing. So there's a quick tip for you there. Nice thing about farmers markets too, is you can sell as little or as much as you want. You don't have to have a pallet of something to sell it compared to, let's say, a wholesale where they want, 24 bunches to the case and 30 cases on the pallet of radishes. So with online order and delivery, this is starting to explode now due to the pandemic, how everything's changing with that. If you have built a customer base, it works great. We're seeing a lot of people charging a $5 to $8 delivery fee, free over X amount. And the cool thing with this is you can co-op with other products and other producers. So let's say you sell vegetables or you sell eggs. Well, talk to another vendor that's got some honey or jams or meat and add that to your online store and then take a percentage of those as you deliver them. One of our mentor farms for 30 years has done farmers markets. In the last 12 months, they've now over 50% of their sales is coming from home delivery. Another aspect is to start selling online too, direct to consumer. And this has been really starting to grow over the last couple of years, especially last year. This is our friends J&L Green Farm. They're in Virginia, and they now ship dozens of packages every Monday that leave their farm that go across the US. Now, if you have hard items, let's say jams, or if you have very dense items, let's say meat and eggs, this works. It doesn't work as well with things like produce, things that are lighter, just because of the cost of the shipping, but it definitely, we're seeing this massively grow as well. And then buying clubs. This was actually popularized by Polyface Farms, and this is how they did a lot of their sales. So what they would do is have a city, develop an email list, a customer list around that. And then once a month, they would send an email out to them, say, this is what we've got. People would order, and then they'd deliver all the product in a couple hours, do thousands of dollars in sales. And then finally, community supported agriculture. Now, this has been a very popular aspect for farmers as they've grown. There's definitely some challenges with it, but it's still a great model. The thing about this too is you want to be a little bit more of an experienced farm, and you can complicate it or make it as easy as possible. I know some farms, which basically their CSA program is, hey, buy a $500 card and we'll give you $550 in credit. And then you just swipe it at their point of sale and it deducts every single week. Other ways is just writing a box of vegetables every single week. One of the problems is the great diversity required for that. and the aspect of you having to have consistency. So there's a lot you could go into about this. This is a higher level, but it also comes with a lot of continuity. And so we love to see that as well with working with farmers, is that in their sales systems. So let's kind of dive into 6 ways that retail wins, okay? So the first thing is that it pays farmers a retail dollar, and this is so important. The average farmer in America is only making 17.4 cents of every dollar on a product that you purchase at a store. On the other hand, farmers, they're doing retail, it's about 90 cents for every dollar. Let's talk about an example of beef. So with current prices, 1,500 pound steer, maybe it'll bring you $1,600 to $2,000 at the auction. So let's say you take that same steer and you process it, which can be very challenging in these days, but let's say you get it processed, you can now gross around $4,000 off that same steer for a difference of about $1,250. So, I mean, for every cow that leaves your farm, I would like an extra $1,250. And obviously we have to talk about the sales costs of that, but just an average, if you're looking to increase your sales, this is a great way to do it. Let's talk about vegetables, carrots. Retail for organic carrots, $2 to $3 a pound, or again, it doesn't have to be organic, and just be direct to consumer. Wholesale for organic is 75 cents to $1.50, and then even conventional is less than that. So looking at it really out there, you're still making 3 to 4 times what you would be if you're getting it, just selling it to a distributor. Now it also comes back to, large scale. So onions, this was an article that was in the Silver Eats a couple of years ago. And what they were seeing is that onions were coming from Canada and from Mexico and outcompeting the local onions being grown directly in state in New York. So at the end of the year, farmers were literally tossing truckloads of onions because of the cheap things coming in. So it protects the farmers as well. We need to protect our farmers. And the average of Chapter 12 filings has increased 24% in the last couple of years. It's not a good graph to see. It's something we definitely want to try to reverse. So the other thing about retail is it educates the next generation. This is so important, whether it's people coming to the farmer's market and seeing that where the vegetables are growing on the stand and just touching a bunch of radishes and learning what that feels and looks like. And this is Jack. So Jack was one of our employees' kids. Erica was his mom, and Erica was our stand manager. So every week, Erica would come to the farmer's market to work the stand, and Jack would bring his box and bag of books and toys and sit in the back of our truck while we sold vegetables at the stand. And he would snack on whatever is freshest that day, whether it was cherry tomatoes or raspberries, or in this case, beans. But the other day, I happened to be on a call with Erica about something different that we're working on. And Jack popped in, and it was just so refreshing to see someone who Jack knew where food came from. He didn't have the aspect of, I think the vegetables show up in the store, or, eggs just show up in a freezer. He knew the story of his food, and that will make him a much more informed buyer. On farm, getting kids out to the farm to realize that the best tasting strawberries are the ones that are picked from the field and are sun warmed. And these are my kids. So this is Charlotte and Simon, and we use them frequently on product shoots here at the farm. And this picture, I think, was surrounded by many tears and a lot of promises for popsicles to get this actual shot. But it's one of those things to kind of look at, and our kids understand where food is being grown. And that's one of the reasons why we farm, is we want our kids to be raised on a farm, to understand the value of hard work, to understand where food comes from and how it grows. They know that they go out to pick dinner. So this is a picture of last year. My daughter said, we're gonna have salad for dinner. And she went out and she picked a little pot of spinach and brought it in. Obviously we need a little more than that for dinner, but it's just that aspect of now understanding how food is grown. And this, when they understand how food is grown, they make more responsible buying choices and vote differently, because they understand how farmers struggle to produce food. A couple more stories here. Beth shares, a woman approached my booth, which was piled with gorgeous vegetables. When I greeted her, said, I've heard there's a farmer's market around here. Can you tell me where it is? And then Margie shares, a lady came up to our certified organic booth and said our produce couldn't be organic because they didn't have stickers. Normally when stuff like this happens, I think of snappy comebacks, but this time it just slipped out. I'm sorry, ma'am, but our label bushes haven't been bearing well. So again, the people just don't understand, I think, what farmers go through, and that's why we need to do this education. Third one is our husband was asked if our honey was organic, followed by are the bees free range. So the other thing about retail is it gives you fresher, safer, and higher quality food. So the average farmer's market food travels under 50 miles compared to 1,500 miles sold in other venues. So again, a lot closer, shorter food miles, less transportation costs, and it's safer. Why? Because fewer steps mean fewer opportunities for error. And my thing is, if I'm eating food, I would much rather know the face of the farmer, and the farmer is going to be a lot more worried if they know who they're feeding than a worker who's just putting carrots in a bag in some warehouse in California. And it also provides excellent traceability, so much shorter traceability. So this is just the aspects of food safety outbreaks over a year. Farmers markets, I think, had 3, whereas wholesale system had over almost 70 for that same year. And the other thing about farmers markets is it gives you an opportunity to sell products that you normally wouldn't be able to. So there's a couple products here. First is squash blossoms. We got to the point on our farm where we sold more money in squash blossoms than we did squash. Again, squash blossoms are incredibly, they don't last long. So they're very fragile and they wilt within hours of harvesting them. So we would sell them for a couple hours at the market. People take them home and cook them. And then they're done. The other thing here I've got is what we call is hibiscus. And hibiscus is the same family as okra, but you sell the pod. And what they normally do with it is they make tea, they make candied hibiscus as well. And it's a very specialty product, but it can be incredibly profitable, the pint selling for a couple bucks. So again, looking at some of these niche that you can sell through retail a lot easier can actually make you a lot more money. This is another thing, salad mix. So salad mix in the store, you go buy it, and lasts a couple days. It's never really exciting, but at a farmer's market or at a retail stand, it can change dramatically. So our lettuce would last up to 2 weeks in a customer's fridge. They would count on 2 weeks of shelf life. Then you've also got here, one of our friends, Beth at Providence Hill Farm, makes these salad cones, as she calls them, and does all sorts of fun mixes. And whereas you normally would make, let's say, $12 a pound for salad mix, she's easily getting $18 to $22 a pound just because of the fun things she puts in it in the special packaging. So again, it allows you to kind of get a premium price. Another thing about retail is it instantly gives you feedback from your customers. So let's say you're selling stuff through a distributor, you've got beets or something, you sell it, they take it, they buy it, you probably never hear anything else unless they are complaining about it. But the thing with a retail is you're talking to the customer, it gives you that feedback. And with that feedback, you want to really know, what do your customers really want? Our customers have definitely given us some of the best ideas for our farm. So one question always asked is, why should they buy from you? Because there's a lot of reasons people will buy. A young mother might be worried about food safety, and she wants fresh, safe food for her family. A dinner party host, he wants status of high quality and knowing that he's serving his guests the best. And finally, a neighbor wants to be able to come out in their robe, walk across the street, and grab the fresh eggs instead of having to go to the store. So again, similar products, but very different reasons for buying. First, you want to know, are they going to buy? So we tried to start selling these alien spaceships a number of years ago. And this is what you would call kohlrabi, but we called them, alien spaceships, and people love that. And we couldn't sell much until we started offering recipe cards. You can see here a couple different aspects of recipe cards, and we were able to start selling more and more until we were selling several cases of this product every single week, because there's so much you can do with them. You can just chop it up in little matchsticks for kids to eat with dip. It's so very tasty. Another thing we sold was cat grass. And again, this was something that was incredible margins for us. It cost us just a couple dollars to make a tray, and we sold that same tray for $60 at the farmer's market. And what it is just little 3-inch pots. You put some wheat berries in the top, germinate it on a good in your greenhouse, and sell it as basically we call it cat grass, but you could sell it as pet grass, and it basically they eat it, and it helps with their digestive system. So again, all sorts of different ways and fun stuff to sell there. The thing you do want to know though, is do they buy it again? So that's the really cool thing about that instant customer feedback. We had some customers that were really good and they would come back to us and say, oh, that stuff was awful last week. I didn't like it. Which is as good as feedback is, oh, I loved it, because then you don't grow it again. So one of the things is peas is always hard. They're challenging to grow because the cost to pick them is high. So we said, well, let's just try growing pea tendrils. And this was a very special variety that came out. And we tried it. Our customers hated it. Literally, we spent all that effort and money into it. We never grew it again because that instant customer feedback came back and gave us that. The other thing with farmers is that it gives that retail builds and funds community. So this is a picture of one of our on-farm strawberry festivals. We would have people come out, pick strawberries, and then we'd serve some free shortcake. And this was a value add for our CSA. So only our CSA could come for this. And we'll get into value add in a little bit here. But in the age of iPhones and social media, less and less time is spent face-to-face, causing us to have lost community as a nation. And I really believe that for us to truly understand those who are across from us, whether it be the aisle, whether it be across the street from us, getting face-to-face, talking to them, understanding where they're coming from is so important. And that's why I love the retail aspect, because it really allows you to build that community and talk to the people and connect them around food. So they say that people who shop at farmers markets has 15 to 20 social interactions per visit compared to only 1 to 2 at the grocery store. And then for every dollar spent in a small business in the US, roughly 67 cents stays in that local community. So this is a story I love. And we obviously had a large CSA for what was one of the products we offered. And we had this mom that would come for 2 daughters every week to the CSA. And the daughters called me their farmer. And they'd come up and give me a big hug. And it was Farmer Michael. And then the next season, they didn't show up. And I was like, oh, what's going on with that? But they didn't think much of it until about a year and a half later. And then they showed up. And there was a third one in the stroller too. And the mom said, hey, we're back for the weekend. And I was like, so where'd you move? And she says, well, my husband's in the Navy. And so when we were in Saratoga, he was deployed because Saratoga is a big military base. And she said, so we just were kind of like plopped in the city and we didn't really have any community at all. And the CSA was our community. We'd come to the farmer's market. We'd talk to you. We'd talk to their stand, people working the stand. We talked to their customers. And that's really kind of was our core of the week right there, kind of the basis of our week. And then obviously after her husband was off deployment, they moved down to the Navy Yard in Connecticut. But she said, for those 2 years, that was such a core centering aspect for us and was so important to us. And that's what I love about food, is it connects so many people and just gives people that shared sense of purpose. Another thing about retail is it's a small business incubator, especially farmers markets. There's so many brands that have gotten started at farmers markets and gone on to scale. And they give a great start to so many businesses too. So this is the Looney Farm. This is a farmer we've worked out in Oklahoma for a number of years. Now she started with a little table and a couple bunches of radishes. And now she's scaled to where she does farmers markets. She's actually does home delivery. She's got multiple employees that they're hired on the farm now. And now they're hoping to bring back her husband from his corporate job. So they're both working full-time on the farm. Now, another story that we've got about this is our farm was in upstate New York. In 2011, Hurricane Irene barreled up the East Coast and dumped a foot of rain in 12 hours on Vermont. So this is a field that we just acquired. You can't see to the right of this picture, there's actually a big field full of vegetables, which is being blocked by the tree line. We knew the rain was coming and we were like, okay, well, let's get our excavator, put a little bit of a berm in there just to kind of redirect any water coming through the field. Well, little did we know that the next morning we'd wake up and see this, which was meant that we lost over $100,000 worth of product. And if we'd been a wholesale producer selling to, Albertsons or Whole Foods, they would have been like, okay, you don't have product, we'll find somebody else. And they would have definitely disqualified everything because it may have been contaminated with floodwaters and they want us to do remediation. But because we were selling retail, because we had built that community around us, that community rallied, and there was farmers, people at the market just handing us $50, $100 bills saying, hey, I know you guys are struggling. There were people that signed up for our CSA knowing that we wouldn't have as much diversity that winter because we just weren't able to harvest so many of the crops out of the fields. And so having that community around us made us be able to weather this storm in our business. So where do we go from here? So obviously we talked about how awesome retail is, why there's many different advantages for farmers and artisans and ranchers. But what advice would I give you if you're looking to go into retail or you're looking to scale and grow your retail sales? And this is actually based directly on advice I gave to a friend of mine. So he and I had both been at farmers markets for a number of years, and he was tired. He was burnt out. He was exhausted. He's like, Michael, I've been doing farmers markets for 6 years now. What are my next steps? And I was telling to them, it's like, look, I view farmers markets and retail, other retail avenues as a stepping stone, because we obviously want to see you scale. We want to see you simplify things. And obviously selling through some wholesale avenues, as well as having systemized aspects in your business as well, through selling online, selling through an in-person store, people come to you instead of you go to them, can be a lot better. And so what we want to do is give you some tools and education to kind of learn how to build that. So the first thing is we have to figure out, how do people find you? So if you're at farmers markets, obviously they're walking by, but maybe you have a farm store. Maybe they're looking you up on Google Map. Maybe they drive by your farm. Our farm, we have 12,000 people a day drive by it. So that's why we can build such a robust stand right here. Or they find you through a restaurant you sell to, or Facebook, or word of mouth, or food hub sales, or the grocery stores. So there's a lot of different ways they can find you. But after you identify how they find you, then you have to move them into your customer journey. So the customer journey is taking someone who maybe is just familiar with you. So maybe it's an Emily who sees you at market and has just bought a bunch of radishes. So how do you take her from buying just that bunch of radishes to being a raving fan that's going to sign up for your CSA or whatever higher ticket offers you have? Well, it's multiple steps, and we're going to come, she's going to come back to the farmer's market because that bunch of radishes was awesome. And she's going to sign up for your email list now. Then she's going to see that you offer a farm tour. And I highly recommend, if you can get people to your farm, do it. It's one of the best ways to build know, like, and trust factor. And then she's going to keep going on because she loved that tour and she loves how you're treating the earth and stewarding the earth and the products you offer. She's going to sign up for that CSA, which is some much needed cash for your business. And she's also going to bring her friend Amber, who's going to start coming to the farmer's market every single week. And that is just going to keep going round and round. Now, part of this, the number one thing I can tell you is build your email list, especially with the crazy things happening with social media right now. I mean, we had an account suspended literally because we said that sprouts were healthy for you. So you want to get people off Facebook, you want to get them into your email list, which is an ecosystem that you control. The easiest way to do this, let's say you're at a farmer's market or you have a retail store, have a sheet there that just sign up, or do a QR code. So you have a QR code which links to a form where they can just sign up for your email list. So, all right, so we talked a little about Emily, we talked about Amber. Let's talk about Raving Fans, because the goal is to increase connection points with your customers and build on micro commitments, okay? So a micro commitment would be something like following you on Instagram, or get on your email list, or interacting with you, coming to the farm, that sort of thing. So your goal is to get people to have as many touch points and connection points with your farm. So Robin shares, had citronella plants for sale at the market. An older gentleman exclaimed loudly, "Is that a weed plant?" Then started calling his group over one by one, hollering, "This little gal has the weed you were looking for." Sold all 50 citronella plants we bought, and I think thanks to him. The kicker is there were several police officers a few feet away. So with this whole aspect of things, I think that guy was her raving fan, selling all her citronella plants. But let's talk about a circle of awesomeness here, is because obviously if you get a customer who buys from you, that's great. But your goal is to build a repeatable system where that customer attracts other customers to you. So Emily sees you at market, buys that bunch of radishes. She loves those products and the personalized service that you gave her. She then comes back and uses your produce in a dish she takes to a party and gushes to her friends about your product. And then Josh, who's also at that party, Googles your farm, downloads your crop availability guide, and now is in your world as well. Now you continue to market to him. So again, it's not one-off interactions, it's building those circle of awesomeness for your business. 90% of people trust suggestions from family and friends. So to grow $100,000 a year, you need $20,005 sales, $10,010 sales, all the way to $100,000 sales. And what I put this slide up here for is always be focused on increasing the average sale value. So let's talk about that. What's your pricing model? How do you get paid? How much do they spend? And how do you set prices? So, cost plus, we sometimes see that for wholesale contracts. It's one of the worst models out there. That's where you say, okay, it costs me $1. I'm going to only put a 40% margin on this and get that. Then there's market-based pricing. So many farmers markets where there's competition, if someone else is sowing radishes for $3, you're probably going to charge $2.50, $2.75, maybe $3.50. You're not going to charge $6. But the third option, which is value-based pricing, that's where you create your own blue ocean of pricing, where basically there's no one else that can even compete. You have some advantage for that. So we like to see at least a 40% margin for retail sales, 20% for wholesale. But what the goal is here is after they find you, what do you encourage them to do? Because obviously it's a lot easier to sell a $3 bunch of radishes than a $700 or $1,200 CSA share. So, are you asking them to buy your products or give you their email or visit your farm stand store? But then what do you move them to? Do you want them to buy the CSA, bring a friend, or shop online? So what we call this is a value ladder. You always want to have an upsell. So let's say down here, at the bottom, that first offer is a dozen eggs. Okay. So that is maybe I don't know where it charge in your area. We see anywhere from $4 to $8 a dozen, the going rate, depending on where you are in the country, where you are in the cities. But your next offer is maybe you get them to sign up for a CSA, an egg CSA. So they're committed to buying a dozen every single week. And then maybe you get them to come to an on-farm tour or an on-farm dinner, which is $100 a head. So those are the kinds of things to think about. How can you move people up the value ladder and get them experience you more, become more of a Raving fan, but also get you more money? So a couple tips on secondary offers. We talked about, this is where you move them to an online store with drop sites. So instead of just shopping the farmer's market, maybe they shop the online store. A year-round CSA, farm experiences, whether they be farm dinners, paid tours, classes, membership club. We see some people have some success with this. Farm swag, all sorts of other ways to involve your community. So the customer journey here, again, we talked about that. So our goal, look at this. Emily started with just a bunch of radishes, a $3 purchase. She ended with buying that CSA, which is a several $100 purchase. And so your goal is to move people along that journey. So a couple examples here. This is my friend Ray. He sells in the Franklin Farmers Market outside of Nashville, Tennessee. Beautiful stand as always there. He is moving people to his online store because he said, I don't want to go to farmers markets anymore. I want people to come to my store and I want them to buy my products and I want to have my delivery driver drive around and drop it at their house. And he's saying he's seen $50, $75, $85 orders of just vegetables. Now, here's something cool he's done, and I want to see you guys move to, is he has subscribe and save all over his website. So what he's figured is, look, if I can plan my production instead of just put stuff up there and see who buys what, if I know I have 30 or 10 people giving the microgreen lovers bag, that allows me to plan my production much better and have recurring income coming in. And then our people will deliver that every single week. So again, building this kind of thing into your model will give you maximum return. Another one is Vidalia Organics. She's in Oregon. She started with a honey and now moved into doing pickles and jams and jellies. She started off at farmers markets, then moved to doing home delivery. So moving them to a website store to buy and do home delivery, and now is shipping through her online pickle club. So she sends people once a month a box of pickles and jams and jellies and honey, and is thriving now. So doing a great job there. So a couple of their examples there. So I want to leave you here with 3 action steps. So obviously I kind of threw a lot at you right there, but I want to give you some 3 action steps. First one, I already said it, build your email list. Again, if you're not doing that, you're throwing money out the door. We did that this summer, last summer, the first year of the farm. We had a sunflower field and we used that. They had to book a session to come visit the sunflower field. And so when they booked that session to come visit for free, they had to give us their email. And so we now have an email list of over 500 folks just for our farm. The other thing is know your story. So you need to know why you farm and why you're passionate about that, because people buy story. They don't just buy strawberries. If there's two pints of strawberries on the table and one of them, you can tell why you grow it and the story behind those strawberries, people are going to buy that compared to just strawberries, $3.99. The third aspect is build that value ladder. So we talked about that, the one-time farmers market sale. Then the next step is grab some farm swag, then attend an on-farm dinner, and then finally subscribe to your CSA or come to an on-farm event or something like that. So that right there can be so key, is have other offers. Again, it's easier to have more offers than to go get a brand new customer for your farm. Couple more stories here. Jim says a guy pick up an ear of corn and shake it near his ear. I asked him what he was doing. He said he was seeing if it was fresh. I told him that if he can hear the kernels rattling, he didn't want it. And then Jack said, we had a market style CSA set up and a woman gave me the old come here finger. She whispered, now I know it's not what it's called, but are there more of those celery balls? We'd given Celeriac the week before. And if you're not familiar with what Celeriac looks like, it's this. It's a great storage root crop. Great for mashing, using in salads and soups. And again, it's a nice storage crop, so it lasts all winter. But it's funny the stories people have about food. So I wanted to kind of leave you a little bit with my story. So I started out loving agriculture from a very young age. This is the first garden my parents grew, my dad grew. I remember him saying to my mom tells a story of, he was getting his clothes on to go out into the garden. He was really disappointed and discouraged. My mom asked why. He's like, I don't know what I'm doing out there. He said, I've got 2 books. I'm just going out and trying to figure this out as I go. And this was before YouTube. But I remember those days clearly with my dad. And I didn't care if my dad knew what he was doing. It's just the matter that he was spending time with us and we we're growing cool things. And I remember also that summer taking a wheelbarrow of cucumbers and tomatoes around to all the neighbors and seeing if they wanted any, because we had so much growth there. And this is the picture of that garden later that year. And we grew some potatoes. And when the vines all died at the end of the year, my mom was like, well, pull the vines first, then we'll dig the potatoes up. Well, when you pull the vines, you don't know what the potatoes are. We ended up spearing half the potatoes as we were trying to harvest them. Then we moved to upstate New York, and I started with ducks, and I was going to start a hatchery. And then I also decided that I was going to grow wholesale Indian corn and gourds. Now, if you're at scale, that can work. But if you're trying to do small amounts of that, it's one of the fastest ways to lose money at farming. And we did those first couple of years. It wasn't until we started going to farmers markets and selling vegetables that we really saw the potential. Again, we had no idea what we were doing. One of the first markets, I grew a whole bunch of beautiful head lettuce, cut 5 heads, brought them to farmers market. I brought them in a 5-gallon bucket full of water because I had no idea how to deliver them. And we said, if you buy $8 worth of lettuce or vegetables on the table, we'll give you a free head of lettuce. I had one person take us up on that offer. And I think part of the reason was half of what we had on the table was lettuce already. But those first days, those first years, we really struggled building that business. But then it grew. We were at farmers markets, found better farmers markets. At first, we were using banana boxes to take our produce to market. Again, we lined it with the plastic bag, so it kept everything nice and fresh and safe. But that was a stack of banana boxes we had left over at the end of a farmer's market. And we started building tunnels. So this was one of our first tunnels. And then we started doing winter growing. So this is one of our first winter harvests. And then we grew more and more tunnels and more food. That grew into multiple farmers markets until we had a farm that was managing around 500 acres and about 20 employees. And retail's not always easy. So this was a farmer's market where the storm sewer system in the city kind of flooded the market partially. And we were stuck standing in storm sewer water. It wasn't regular sewer, storm sewer. So it was a little bit cleaner than that, but still wasn't, super pleasant. And part of this journey too, we met amazing people. So we had Christina, who worked for us, and she came to us because she had to quit her regular job because her son had incredibly, he was really allergic to so many, like soy and corn and even like some textiles. He was super allergic. And so his mom said, I can't have you in a daycare. I've got to have you near me because I got to be very careful about what you eat. So she ended up working for us. And a couple of years ago, I ended up running into her. And now this was a decade ago when this happened. So her son is now in his teens. And she said, Miles is now 100% healed from all those those allergies. And again, it was just one of those things. They just went away as he grew up. But what I want to talk about that story is working with us, knowing the farm that her food came from gave her hope. There are so many people out there which are struggling, which are hurting because they're trying to find that local source of food that they can trust. And you as a farmer can provide that. You can give them that transparency, that knowing their farmer aspect. And again, this was that thing that gave her that sanity to be able to have a job, work from home while still care for her son, and know if she has to come to work where we are, that we understand where she's going through and can give her that place for Miles to go out and play with the baby goats or do this, that, and the other. So this is part of that community. The other part for us was our team. So we hired so many local kids. Two of the people in that picture, we paid their way through college working on the farm over the summer. Every summer they'd work for us. Then they'd go through, they'd spend the winters in college and come back to the summer and work for us. So again, it was one of those aspects where we were able to, contribute to a community, hire our family, and provide amazing opportunities for the youth in our community too. This was our pizza day. Every Thursday, my mom would roll out some pizza dough and we'd all make pizzas, spend an hour doing those on the grill. So that was a fun thing that we used to do. It also gave us a huge education. So obviously our farm was successful and profitable, but we also were profitable and successful because we were able to do research and collaboration with many awesome communities. So Cornell University did some trials with us. We did tours with NOFA New York, NOFA Vermont. Johnny Selected Seeds did a number of trials at our place too. We were one of the first grow sites for Salanova lettuce in the US. And it also gave me opportunity to meet others. So I interned at Polyface in 2012, actually met my wife there. And then in 2015, we actually ended up leasing out the farm in New York and moving to Ohio after we had our first child to be near my wife's family. But along that way, I was also able to, where we were in New York was a very challenging area. We're an hour out from any of our markets and very remote. So we wanted to be close to the city. There was a 166-acre farm that was on the edge of Saratoga Springs. It was valued at millions of dollars. It was wanted by every single developer in the community. They so wanted to develop that into homes. And so through some sleuthing, I was able to get in touch with the owners and say, hey, we would love to conserve this. And over several years, we were able to pull together a plan, raise 2.2 million or maybe 2.5 million, I forget the exact dollar amount, and purchase this and preserve this forever from development. And I think that will go on, yes, we have a lot going on now, but this is one of my greatest accomplishments is being able to see this. I'm no longer on the board. I'm no longer involved in this project, be able to see this as a success and providing a community place for people in that region to be able to go and learn about their food. And they have a very thriving farm stand on site. They have a pick your own CSA where people come out and actually pick the vegetables right out of their fields. And they have a great community garden aspect as well. So it's a really cool opportunity. And again, I would never have been able to be a part of that if we hadn't built a successful business based around selling retail and talking to our customers of what they wanted. So since then, we moved to Ohio. We started an online education business. I got to travel around the US working with farmers, everything from young farmers on the West Coast. This is a Indian nation that I got to work with down in Mississippi. And last year we purchased a farm in Ohio here. We'll be building a farm stand this spring, right on, as I said, a very busy road, and raising a number of things. This is the sunflower field we did last year. And now we're doing mushrooms as well. And you can see we've got strawberries and lettuce there we're growing as well. But that would never happen if I hadn't been, a little awkward, a little bit dorky 17-year-old driving to a small winter farmers markets, peddling a couple $100s of vegetables. And obviously, those were the humble beginnings, the startup, the week after week after week of trying. Because sometimes those first aspects of those retail sales will not be easy. It's tough to put yourself out there. It's tough to send that email. It's tough to show up at that farmer's market. And when people give you pushback on, oh, these aren't worth $3. I would get this for 99 cents at the grocery store. But it is worth that $3, and it's probably worth $5 because of all the labor of love that you put into that and the quality that you're producing. We right now are not in only a farming crisis. Right now, only 5% of farms last over 5 years. But we're also in a health crisis with our nation getting sicker and sicker. And that's shown by you just looking at the life expectancy in the last year dropped a full year in the US. And that's something that we as farmers can do something about. We can provide that local healthy food for them. We can give them that option for knowing their farmer, knowing where their food comes from. And that's why we need you as farmers to keep doing what you're doing. And that is all I got. I just want to say thanks so much for having me. And yeah, there we go.
Great. Thank you very much, Michael. That was great. I really appreciate your energy and your enthusiasm and all the things that you've done over the years. It's great. And I have 3 little kids myself, and unfortunately one of them was coming down during the presentation. And yes, so I understand about bribing them with popsicles to take nice pictures. Totally get that. Totally get it. So, so I'm just gonna make a quick comment here, and I'll just say that we really appreciate sharing information from other states and other situations. And I think the concepts that you talked about, Michael, are something that we can apply, even though the scale of what you've done might be different than what we can do, in some places in Kansas. But I think the concepts that you talked about, really focusing on opportunities and focusing on what's happening in your community and how you can feed them and make food accessible to them. I think those are all great, great comments. So
what I would say about that is, the reason I gave that example of Carrie and Ray is theirs were both farmers that did it where people said you could never do it. I mean, Ray's in Selmer, Tennessee, which is one of the poorest counties in Tennessee. Carrie's basically her farm's across from an oil well in Oklahoma. So again, yes, it can be done. And yes, it's going to take some work, but again, implementing the principles, not exactly how we did it.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. So, and I think there's been some other good chat comments in the chat too. And we have lots of kudos in the chat. So thank you very much, Michael. I'm going to turn it over to Dana Ladner to see if there's any other questions that we want to share in the few minutes we have left with you.
We do. We have a couple. Michael, what is one way or a couple ways that you educate your customers about buying new crops? You mentioned when you were talking during your presentation on the squash blossoms. What are some of the tips that you can provide those that are on today for selling new products?
Yeah, so I think the biggest thing is people don't like to ask questions. They feel embarrassed by that. I mean, like you go up to something and you're like, oh, I'm not sure about that. So preemptively talking to them about it, like at a farmer's market, the way to be would like someone come in, and I would have, for these new crops, I tend to put it right at the checkout. So people basically have to see them. And then as I'm checking people out and be like, oh my gosh, today we have squash blossoms. Did you know you can do this, this, and this with squash blossoms? And here's a recipe card about that. And just so they get the idea. Obviously, some of those crops you can't sample. And again, in today's age, sampling at markets, I think is for a while, at least longer, is going to be a pretty big no-no. But when we get back to that sampling, oh my gosh, we would double our sales with sampling something. Another thing would be even not at market. Let's say you're doing this through an email sequence. Right now we have an email sequence about our mushrooms. And so if you go to our, actually it's not public, but there's basically we have a page people can opt in, and then they get over 3 days, they get 3 different little videos that we've shot that we first talk about why they should be eating mushrooms. We talk about how we grow them in video number 2, and video number 3, we talk about how they can use mushrooms and how to store mushrooms and how to eat them very simply. So again, that video was shot with an iPhone or your Android. We edited it in literally the free editing software. And then we just popped it up in one of those simple website builders. And again, it was done with one of those, the sequence was built with just an email automation thing. You can get, MailChimp does that for free. All these places do that for free. So again, it's very easy to do that. But even if you don't want to do that fancy, because again, we're a little bit further ahead with that project. But a simple way to do it would just be able to pull out your iPhone, go live on your Facebook page and say, this is what we're doing. People do not expect polished. They do not expect you to not say ums. They do not expect you to have perfect videography skills. They want to see the kids in the frame. They want that home aspect to the farm. So do it. That's the biggest thing I can say is just start sharing, just start talking about it. And then obviously through all of this, you have to bring in the concept of what's in it for them. So it's cool that you're growing 16 types of mushrooms, but what's in it for them? Well, it's great because that variety gives you a really balanced flavor. It gives lots of fun things. Your kids are really excited about it because it's something new.
Great. I have one last question for you before we turn it over to our next speaker on it. At the very beginning of your presentation, you mentioned that one of the folks you work with changed the person that was the upfront face of their market with sales, and their sales increased. What are your thoughts about including children in the selling process and being the face of that? Some pros and cons of
Yes.
that, and how you would know. But then, like I say, when you get done, then we'll turn this over to the next speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the biggest thing here is obviously the biggest concern would be obviously having your kids' faces all over things. And again, you have to think about that yourself. I know some people which do not want that at all. That's on them. My kids love to be on camera. They actually will ask to shoot little videos about what they're doing. And we haven't technically published a lot of that, but this year we'll be doing the kids on a lot of our media because it works. I mean, I'm gonna be blatantly honest. It just works. It converts. People love kids. And the kids can just really be really enthusiastic and just really sharing about it. It does drive, I would say it absolutely drives shares. And it gives them too, it also brings in the whole other demographic. If you're the only one on the camera, their kids are not necessarily going to be interested, but if their kids see your kids excited about this, they're going to be a heck of a lot more interested in eating those carrots and that spinach and that kale. So yeah, in our mushroom video series, when we do the cooking video, we have both kids on the counter chopping up mushrooms through that. And it made the filming a little chaotic, but I think people really enjoy that and they love to see that. I mean, some people actually tune into our videos only to see the kids. There's multiple people that have told me that, and that's fine. I just need sales and I'll do whatever it takes to a point to get them. So yeah, it's great. You just got to make sure you put some boundaries around that. Make sure you're clear on what you want to do with that.
Thank you very much, Michael. Appreciate it. And thanks, Dana, for helping us with the questions. So thank you so much, Michael. We really appreciate it. I don't think we have the, what do you call it? The applause button available, but anyway, we're giving you a round of applause. Thank you very much. And Michael, if you do have a minute, there is one question in the chat, if you don't mind answering that last question there. So thank you so much, Michael. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Thank you for coming. Great. Well, we're gonna shift gears a little bit. So I think it was great to kind of start the morning with an energetic marketing type of presentation and to get some different perspectives. And now we're gonna shift to a speaker from Kansas Department of Health, and we're very excited to have Kendra Baldridge with us. And she's with the Kansas Department of Health and Environments, and she's going to be talking about something that we all are obviously very aware of, the COVID pandemic and how that impacts farmers markets and direct to consumer sales. So she's going to be sharing that with us. Kendra is LMSW. I know it's social work. I don't know what the LM stands for. I can't remember, but so that's her. She's a social worker, and she began working with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment in 2007. She's been the Eastern Region case manager and then the lead case manager for the Kansas statewide farm worker health program. Starting in 2015, she was promoted to be the section chief for special population health, which included the farm worker health program director and the state refugee health coordinator. When the Refugee Preventative Health Program transitioned to a private agency in the fall of 2016, Kendra became the state contact for minority health, as well as the state representative on the Regional Health Equity Council. In 2017, Kendra was promoted to be the Bureau Director of Community Health Systems at KDHE, which includes approximately 80 staff in 6 sections: preparedness, radiation control, health facilities, trauma systems, local public health, and community health access. She is the Deputy Incident Commander for KDHE and the COVID-19 response. So obviously Kendra has been extremely busy the past year or so. And in fact, it says KDHE is on day 394. So obviously they've been aware of this before last March. They've been thinking about it for a while. So on day 394 of being activated for the COVID-19 response. So Kendra, we know that you have lots going on, so we really appreciate your time and joining us this morning. Thank you, Kendra. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm very glad my audio is deciding to cooperate today. First off, I want to just mention, I know that Ashley Goss, our Deputy Secretary of Public Health, was scheduled to be on this morning. And of course, COVID runs its course. She doesn't have COVID, but she's in another meeting related to COVID. So I get to cover today and hopefully answer your questions and we'll go from there. So next slide. So I'm just going to be going over some basic overview stuff related to COVID. To be completely honest, a lot still hasn't changed as far as guidance since last summer. If you all were doing farmers markets in person then, maybe some of them didn't happen in person last year, but so we are going to be going over some of that and some guidance that would be helpful for in-person events and yeah, we'll go from there. Next slide. So basically, so for some general guidance, we want to, just one second, let me move this over. There we go. Ensuring vendors and patrons to stay at least 6 feet apart at all times. That's really some basic important guidelines that have been in place since the beginning and are still important even as people are getting their first and second dose of vaccine. All of these guidances are important to continue. So using any signage and floor markings. I know a lot of farmers markets are in parking lots. And so if that would be a possibility to be able to help know for patrons to know and vendors to know how far apart to be, having designated entrances and exits so that it can be a one-way flow of traffic, foot traffic is helpful. That just helps it so that people aren't getting facing each other and potentially getting closer than 6 feet and also being breathing or coughing on each other. Considering appointment-based attendance or extended hours to limit the number of people at any one time would be another option, or all of these options, of course, would be possibilities. And then to not have activities that encourage gatherings of people, such as concerts or live demonstrations. Obviously, I know that those are things that are often used to help get people to things like farmers markets. And so I know that's discouraging, but just being able to keep everyone safe while they are there is obviously very important. Some cleanliness information. We would suggest that you require face coverings for all vendors and patrons. Requiring hand washing or sanitizing. I know obviously hand washing would be trickier depending on the location, but hand sanitizer upon entry and place plenty of those stations throughout the venue. I know that there could be bottles at each vendor so that when there's any interaction, you can do hand sanitizer in between each one. That would be great, both for the vendor and for the patrons. Michael mentioned this in the part of his presentation that I heard, but I'm not allowing customers to sample food on site. That just having that sampling just gives more opportunity for touching and coming in contact with the germs. So we would encourage you not to offer that. While I know that is also discouraging because sampling, I know for personally, sampling certainly helps sell things. So because I like to buy them, not because I'm selling anything. But and then when possible, encouraging credit card use or other cash-free payment options. And I think I'm going to have some information in a next slide a bit further on about some payment information. Let's see, let me make sure I got my pieces there. Yep, next slide, please. And I have some other operational guidance to consider. Consider suspending penalties for last-minute vendor cancellations. Just as you all, I'm sure know, the things continue to change within counties and throughout our state as far as what is happening moment to moment related to COVID. And now you hopefully know, but if you don't, we have a couple individuals who have the UK variant of the COVID-19 virus. And so as that is going through and we're seeing what that's going to look like in our state, there could be some things that happen that in a particular county or community that would potentially mean that someone might not want to participate, and maybe a cancellation would be the right thing for their business or their family to do. Using social media to encourage only one person from a household to attend, and being able to put that out as an encouragement or a guidance ahead of time. Discouraging eating, chewing gum, smoking, using tobacco, or spitting while at the market if you don't already. And then having masks on hand for anyone who doesn't have one, especially if it's something that you require, so that means if someone shows up without their mask, they don't need to turn around and go home, but they would be able to have one that you could provide. Next slide. This one, I think, being able to, for those of you that are organizing farmers markets, being able to prepare vendors ahead of time so that they know what to expect related to guidance and what to look for when they arrive. Partly because asking questions during, upon arrival just means more contact and communication, and potentially needing to show someone something that might need to be done within 6 feet. But if they have that information ahead of time, they would be able to know what to expect and also be able to ask questions ahead of time if needed. And of course, send anyone symptomatic home that is experiencing symptom that day, and to not return until the symptoms have resolved. Rearranging any booths and spaces so that vendors can maintain 6 feet distance from each other. And then, of course, like I mentioned earlier, being able to show the lines of where the 6 feet for patrons so that they don't get too close to the table or too close to the vendor, and that they can keep that in mind as well. Some more information to be able to share with vendors ahead of time, or yourself if you're the vendor. Training staff on proper glove usage. So wearing gloves is not a substitute for hand hygiene, and making sure that hand sanitizing stations are cleaned and refilled frequently. So something about the gloves, there have been some of our partners that we're working with that have had this question, and you are able to use hand sanitizer on gloves. There could be benefits. It obviously would cut down on glove usage if needed, but we would also say that it would depend on what you are handling or touching while you have the gloves. I have some more information, like I mentioned earlier, related to payment further on, but if you're wearing gloves and touching the food and putting it in a bag, and then touching cash, you would certainly want to figure out a good process, excuse me, for when to change gloves out. And then also, of course, depending on how many gloves you have. There was a time during this pandemic, somewhat recently, where gloves were in very short supply. And that's when the hand sanitizing of gloves came up. And so it is still a possibility. There are more gloves available now. They certainly aren't wildly and incredibly available. So we're trying to still limit usage as needed. But it is possible to have enough to be able to change out as well. Next slide. Just some other considerations to think about. So having signs encouraging customers to only touch what they plan to purchase. I know a lot of people, probably myself included, when we go grocery shopping or to a farmer's market, you want to pick things up and look at it, and some of that would be needed, but encouraging customers to be able to limit that as much as possible. To not use cloth table coverings or other hard to clean surfaces for where you're putting the whatever it is that you're selling out. Being able to wipe a table down easily would be important to be able to keep things clean where you are. Vendor booths should consider having one person designated to take cash and another handling the product. So if you have that possibility within the business or family or group, being able to have different people for those tasks so that you don't need to continually change gloves or share germs in those kind of situations. And then discouraging vendors from bringing pets, I think is what that's supposed to say. Sorry about that. So discouraging vendors from bringing pets, and then except for service animals, just I think in this kind of a situation, the reasoning for that would be that you would potentially be more distracted if you had to be watching a pet as well. And the, kids want to pet dogs and that just kind of increases the likelihood of contact. And also, I want to also mention that animals are susceptible to COVID-19. And so we want to limit that possibility as well. Okay, so some retail space guidance. So in just ensuring that distance requirements are maintained. Again, having plenty of signage to indicate where patrons should enter and exit, wait in line and stand to check out. So always, again, like I mentioned earlier, having those one way. So even if it's a large farmer's market and you have multiple lanes, let's say, being able to have kind of one-way markers so that people know where to enter, people know where to exit, and then being able to walk kind of one way down a path or a lane so that that contact is lessened. And then also the 6 feet distancing related to waiting in line and standing to check out, just so that people don't group up too close to each other. And having those markers on the ground also really gives people, your patrons, the possibility to take care of that themselves instead of having something, an issue happen where a disagreement might be coming into play if someone thinks they're closer than 6 feet and having that kind of a disagreement happen. Keeping space between vendors and considering plexiglass barriers to separate vendors and patrons, if that is an option. I know that there's some that you can purchase that just sit right on the table, and you can even get holes cut out of them to be able to pass things through, or you could pass things around. But that is just another option to be able to offer that safety precaution. Considering having pre-picked or pre-bagged items to minimize the amount of time that patrons are in a space. So this obviously won't work for everyone, but if if there are items that are frequently purchased together maybe, or if someone is able to pre-order items, then being able to have them ready to go, so that there's less contact while the patrons are actually there in person. Next slide. So here is the cash slide, the payment slide that I've talked about a couple times now. First of all, encouraging any sort of cashless payments. I know that the cashless payments are becoming more frequent, and it certainly isn't everywhere across the board, but having that option is helpful. If you do handle cash, to not touch your face and make sure that you do hand sanitizer in between. Asking customers to place cash on the table or directly in a cash box if that's appropriate. And then for you, when you're giving change, to place money back on the table. That just keeps people further apart. And I could see that being something that is a little difficult to enforce. And you could have a sign of some sort on the table encouraging that, or even if it's a farmers market wide policy or encouragement to have people do that. You can put things like this out on your social media as you're advertising as well, so that people can kind of keep that in mind as they're preparing to come. And then wiping tables in between each customer, checking out, or at least frequently. You can even set timers or things like that, if that would work, to be able to just make sure that the area is clean and to minimize any germ interaction. And next slide. So here is a link, and I'll go ahead and mention at this point that these slides are able to be shared if there's a way to send them out to all the participants here, or broader if there's a wider distribution type list. I might check on changing that one for bringing pets to the farmers market. So here's a website, and I can try and type this into the chat in a minute too, or if one of the other panelists can. So just a link to the EPA's website for a list of specific products that are able to be used to clean and would disinfect against COVID-19 and the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Setting up a schedule ahead of time to clean frequently touched surfaces. So that could be some general areas in the farmer's market. If there's the handrail example, if there's stairs coming in or anything along those lines, to be able to clean those areas frequently. And then obviously the vendor area, having a schedule of any sort there to clean the table, remembering to hand sanitize and things like that. And then sanitizing shared items if there's baskets for patrons to use or anything along those lines that are being offered to patrons, to be able to keep those clean in between customer use as well. Next slide. So we're really honing in on the 6 feet distance. It's just really important. There have been lots of studies done about that distance, and that keeping that distance really decreases the amount of germs that are interchanged between people. So telling customers where to start, what direction to go down rows, keeping vendors at least 6 feet apart, and leaving extra space, also ensuring ADA compliance as being very important as well. Establishing an entrance and an exit, and then limiting crowding, congregating crowds while waiting to enter and exit. So if there is any sort of process to get in, making sure that there isn't any congregating, and even outside of the farmers market as people are coming in, keeping people distance there as well. And then again, just the walking one way down rows, keeping 6 feet apart, both for vendors and for patrons during the farmers market. Next slide. So again, about proper cleaning and sanitizing. So sanitizing baskets, wheelbarrows, any other shared items between uses, whether that's between vendor uses or between customers, or both. Not allowing customers to bring in their own containers to avoid contamination from outside. And identifying high touch areas as a schedule to keep them clean at least hourly and more frequently if possible, to provide plenty and provide plenty of hand sanitizing stations. So again, keeping things clean, having some sort of a schedule, making sure that happens, and having things sanitized and cleaned in between uses. Next slide. Here is some more links. So these would be great. I know that they're long, but being able to, we can send these out, or I can make sure after I'm done that these get in the chat as well, but just some more guidance to look through and to consider as you're setting up farmers markets or as a vendor, to be able to look at some ideas from CDC and then also from some other states that have some guidance out there on their websites. And I think with that, my next slide is questions. And so I hope this is helpful. I'm able to answer questions if I think I can get into the question answer box if I need to do that, or Londa, let me know.
Yes, great. Thank you so much, Kendra. I appreciate that. That was very, very helpful, I think. I'm going to turn it over to Dana to see if we have any questions, and I'll stop talking.
Great. Kendra, we do have one that was posted on the restrictions, and it says these recommendations are way more strict than our current grocery stores are following. Are we not going to take into account the fact that we're outside?
Yeah, so that's a great question. And to that, I would say, you know, there's a lot generally in the country and also in our state, our numbers are going down. People are getting vaccinated. Things are kind of looking on the potentially cautiously optimistic good side. But as for right now, we would really encourage for farmers markets, for anyone really, to continue to use the guidance related to mask wearing and social distancing in particular, and then the hand sanitizing. I get that I know that there are stores that are doing more and some that are doing less. I know you mentioned specifically grocery stores, but I know that there's other types of stores that are still only doing curbside and things like that. And so just really, this is guidance, and that is in general what KDHE offers. We don't have very many mandates that we put out there or are able to, and so this is just what we would suggest. And it is hoping that things continue to have that down curve in our cases in COVID-19, but we're not out of the woods yet. So we would just encourage you to consider using these recommendations.
Well, good. Thanks for that information. The next one, we're going to take a little different twist with it. What are the current safety recommendations regarding food trucks and ready-to-eat items at a farmer's market? The market this person's associated with are considering and looking for ways to bring food trucks back safely during this farmer's market season, and they'd love to know what the best practices for this would be.
Okay, so on that, I would generally say that a lot of the same safety guidelines would be suggested. Can you put that question back up? Sorry, I was able to read it, and I want to be able to make sure I cover it. So with food trucks, sorry about that. With food trucks and ready to eat items, keeping people having stickers or spray paint or something on the ground to be able to have people encouraged to stay 6 feet apart. Same information related to cashless payment options being offered, or if not an option, being able to do the cash on the table and pick the cash up from the table kind of situation, hand sanitizing, all of those, really a lot of the same recommendations would apply over to food trucks and ready to eat items. We would still, as it was mentioned earlier, the sampling piece is maybe a little bit trickier because of how sampling, I think, usually works, but still being able to offer, to have, for the food trucks, for example, being able to keep people distanced, masking. If people are eating, really encouraging them to kind of be away and outside of maybe the farmer's market area. I dream of days when the weather is not what it is right now. So like being able to sit on the grass and eat lunch sounds amazing. And so offering that, and maybe being able to, really encourage, if you have food trucks or other sort of options like that at a farmer's market, being able to have a outside of the just so that people aren't congregating and eating together, family members and household members, obviously eating together, but keeping, having people that don't live together the option to kind of spread out as they're eating. Did I answer the whole question?
You did, and I went to find it and couldn't find it real quickly. So you did a great job. I was following along with that. So thank you. One thing I wanted to know, as a follow-up to that, with one of the questions that was posted, what about picnic tables at markets, if some of the local markets are choosing to have some of those?
Yeah. Probably off the top of my head, I would say having maybe one household per picnic table at one time. Any sort of cleaning that could happen in between would be encouraged. And I know depending on, I'm envisioning some farmers markets that I've been to, and I know sometimes the picnic tables may kind of be outside of the area of the farmers market. And so if possible, being able to have someone to clean those. I am also envisioning picnic tables that are wood and the paint is chipping off. And so I don't know, like wiping them down sounds a little tricky, but something to be able to clean them in between and not having anything like a tablecloth that would just stay there and have to be there in between patrons, but keeping households in one picnic table and then somehow being able to clean in between would be helpful.
Great. For those listening in and participating today, if you have any questions for Kendra, if you want to put them in the Q&A right now, we've got a couple minutes yet before we wrap this session up. Everybody's had some really good questions and we appreciate that. And Kendra, there's just a lot going on in the world today, and you guys have done a great job of getting that information out. How often do you update your website, or what day of the week, so we make sure that we go on and get the most current information before we have our farmers markets during the week?
Sure, that's a great question. So we update our website with our numbers on Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 12:30. Every once in a while there's a delay, and usually those delays are usually caused if we're putting more information, like if we're changing our dashboard format or anything like that. But generally we get our case numbers up Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 12:30 in the afternoon. We update our outbreak information on Wednesdays at 12:30. So same time, but just once a week. And that page includes the general numbers for outbreaks across the state. And then it does go into some categories. And then we also have information related to places that have a current outbreak going. And if there's, depending on the numbers, I think it's 5 or more cases from a particular place, then those kind of get listed out so that the public can know about that. We also have, and this should have been on my last slide. I apologize for that. We have 2 websites that you can get to from each other, but that have important information. And we have our general COVID website, and then we also have our vaccine website. And let me get to I forget the actual link. So for the Kansas vaccine, it's kansasvaccine.gov. But let me get really quickly, because I always copy and paste it. But our general COVID website, whoops, there we go. So that you can get to that as well. And hopefully this will be a helpful, whoops. There we go.
It will be helpful because in the Q&A, someone asked for the web address for you. So
Good.
We can get that posted in there. So that's perfect.
Yeah.
With doing that.
The general website is kdheks.gov/coronavirus. And so on that page, that is where all of our dashboard information and general information about COVID-19 are, where we post our case numbers. And that page has a lot of tabs on it that you're able to get to depending on it's where our school gating criteria is, and also all our guidance. And I don't think we have any specific guidance for farmers markets, but we do have some for businesses. That is most of what I shared today, that is in a kind of guidance type document that you could certainly use. And we also do have, just so that you know, and I think it's on that COVID page. I believe we have some resources of some things that you could potentially print out related to encouraging 6 feet social distancing, requiring or encouraging whatever your policy might be for wearing a mask, hand sanitizing, those kind of things. If any of you would want to print those out and have those available at your sites.
Well, good. We have a question that came in about paper bags from grocery stores. Could they be reused as bags for farmers markets?
So related to the bag piece, so it's a bit tricky. And as I am saying this, I realize that there isn't really a stellar answer. So it's tricky having the bags coming in because of more contamination options, and paper bags would be kind of similar with that. But if a person has their own bag and they're the only one touching their own bag, that would probably work really well. And then having the baskets that are something that's able to be cleaned. So if someone is bringing in their own grocery bag to reuse it just for themselves, but I wouldn't necessarily offer that as like for everyone to be able to take, although I guess grocery stores are doing it. So that one's a little, the words I'm saying is contradicting myself as I say them. So I think the main thing to consider there is if it's something that you're offering to be reused by customer A and then customer B, being able to clean it in between. And if it's something for someone to take stuff home, maybe that they bring it themselves and they are the only ones that touch it and they don't necessarily hand it to the vendor and then get it handed back.
Great. Good answer on that. Like I say, it's a lot going on with that. Since this has started, reporting metrics coming out of your office there at the agency have kind of changed a little bit with that on outbreaks. And so do you know, were there any reported outbreak cases last year of COVID from farmers markets specifically? And if there's not, is this something to promote that we've done a good thing last year? Let's keep up the great work this coming season.
Yeah, I can check on that. I don't know that off the top of my head. And I would also need to look, I don't know where, without looking at our list, where farmers markets would show up in, like what category they would be in. But I can definitely check that and email you guys and let you know. And yes, if there weren't outbreaks last year, or even if your farmers market didn't have any outbreaks last year that you know of, I guess, it's something that it would be good advertising and keeping advertising that you're using all of the different guidance so that people feel safe coming. And then what was the other thing? Oh, the other thing I was going to mention on that though is I think, if I remember correctly, and you all know this better than I do for sure, but I think at least one of the farmers markets that I would have gone to last year didn't happen, and so that could be, maybe. So just the trickiness of saying there weren't outbreaks last year, maybe some of them didn't happen because of where we were in the response. But if they did happen in your area, and if you were at one and knowing that there weren't outbreaks related to it, but I can check our data and I'll get back with you guys about that. I'm going to make myself a note.
Well, great. I mean, that's great information. And we will be sending an email out to all of our participants next week with the links to the videos. And so we can include that information as well. So that's super to be able to have that. And I have one more question for you, and we haven't had anything else come up on the Q&A with you, but could you clarify for us the relationship between the local and state guidelines that we have, because we have 105 counties and a lot of stuff going on at a lot of different levels, and how you guys work together on behalf of the state and making sure that everybody is safe. But like I say, just a little bit on local versus state on guidelines? That would be great.
That is a really great question. So first of all, so I'll add one more level to that. So CDC is obviously the federal agency that puts a lot of guidance out. Most of their guidance, I would almost say all, but I'm sure there's one thing out there. So I'm going to say most. Most of their guidance is guidance, and it's recommendations, and it's, do this, don't do this, take it and run with it. And then when it comes to the states, a lot of our information is also guidance. Some of you or many of you may not know, as far as health, public health in Kansas, we are a decentralized state, which means there is the state health department, the state public health department is at KDHE, and then local public health departments are their own entities, and they are governed by the county, and they are have city commissioners, county commissioners that are often act as the board of health and are kind of the bosses of the health department. So for most things, KDHE offers guidance and recommendations, and we are a part of the state government in Kansas. So we work in collaboration with the governor's office on a lot of recommendations and guidance. And there are some mandates that we say, but then even when there are mandates, KDHE is not necessarily the one that is enforcing them. And so to that point, some of the mandates fall down to the counties, and then when there are mandates, the enforcement of them, if there is enforcement, lands on the counties as well. So for example, with wearing a mask, right now it's our suggestion and guidance that you would wear a mask. I know that there are some counties that have mask ordinances and others that don't. Some cities that do and others that don't. Some stores that do and others that don't. And so, there it is. We work very closely with our local public health departments. And I saw a comment, I think, come through related to emergency managers. We work very closely with our county emergency managers as well, and getting information out there. And a lot of what is out there is recommendations, but then obviously there are some pieces like related to quarantine and isolation that are mandates that are then enforced by the local public health department. Does that help?
It does. And it looks like there's a lot of moving pieces. So, our vendors and market managers need to check with their cities, their counties, state, and make sure everybody's comfortable and on the same page. It makes enforcement a lot easier if everybody knows all the rules up front. We've had 2 quick questions come in, because once we get done here, we're going to take a break. And so they should be pretty short answer for you. A question between hand sanitizing stations and hand washing stations. Which would your agency prefer, a hand sanitizer station or a hand washing station?
So I think in general, we would hand washing is preferred. Just because it gets the germs, if you're using soap and everything and a good soap, it gets the germs off your hands instead of killing the germs that are on your hands. And so generally, I think we would say hand washing, but also, as I mentioned earlier, I know that for a lot of farmers markets, hand washing would be a hurdle that you wouldn't even want to try and get over because of the running water that would be needed. But I know that there's also stations that are options for that. So generally, I think hand washing, as long as if it is one of those stations or even a faucet, being able to keep those areas clean and in between, and maybe not in between every customer, but cleaned frequently, so that there isn't germ contamination using touching the plastic, or I know a lot of them have foot pedals now and that kind of thing. But hand sanitizing, if you're using one, and I forget off the top of my head, but it would be on that EPA website, the percentage of alcohol needed, et cetera, for a good hand sanitizer. Those are great as well.
Well, great. We have one last question for you before we go to break. From your agency perspective with it, do you prefer bare tables or would you prefer to have some type of a tablecloth on that table?
So the tricky part about a table cover is just being able to keep the table cover clean. And so I guess depending on the material of the table, if having some sort of plastic thing maybe taped to the table and then being able to keep that clean, that would work. But having a cloth, tablecloth that you wouldn't be able to clean frequently throughout the day or throughout the time that you're at the farmer's market, that is the not preferred side. But if you have one of those kind of plastic table covers that you could maybe tape to the table and make, because I know if it's not taped, trying to clean it would like roll off the side or something. So having something that is able to be cleaned is really preferred. So if it's a plastic table, it kind of, I would say prefer bare table, just because then you could easily wipe it off and go on to the next thing. But if the table material is something that is trickier to clean, maybe having a plastic cover on it that you could then clean with solution would be good.
Well, great. I thank you for your time, and I'm going to turn this back over to our team.
Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it. And thanks for all you're doing. And thanks for putting this together. And again, like I said earlier, look forward to warm weather, and dreaming of farmers markets makes me happy. So that's great.
Yes, Kendra, I think we all echo your comments. We all are looking forward to sunny days where we can go outside and enjoy farmers markets. So thank you so much, Kendra. That was great. We really appreciate all your answering all the questions that you got, and just providing that information. Super helpful. And thanks for all you do in your work as well. So appreciate it. So as you can see, there's been a number of question and answers, and a lot of great feedback on the question and answers. And so I think you can still access that. I think, I don't know what the viewers can see. I know what I can see, but I'm pretty sure you can still look at the answered questions as well. Because Michael Kilpatrick sent some good answers for some of the questions that were asked during his presentation. And there's been some resources put in on recipes and different things. So encourage you to look at that. So we're going to take a break now. We're going to start again at 10:30. So you can just leave the Zoom session up. I mean, if you can shut it down if you want and restart it, but then you won't be able to see the question and answers and chat and so on that was from earlier, because it'll start a new session for you. So you can just leave it open. We're just going to, I'll just stop talking and turn off my camera, and we'll start up again at 10:30. So if you can go have a break and come back, and we'll start up again at 10:30. And at 10:30, we'll be talking about the Double Up Food Bucks program. So thanks again, everyone, for all your great questions and for joining us today.
Just to let you all know, we'll get started in about 5 minutes. So just be grabbing those last couple of snacks, a drink, answering some emails, and we'll get started here at 10:30.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I see that it's 10:30 already. The time seems to go fast for me, at least anyway, but we are so glad that you all could join us today, and we're very glad to have Donna Martin and Erin Bishop with us. Donna is with the Mid-America Regional Council, so she's based in the Kansas City area, but she is the I don't have the title written down, but she's the project coordinator for our Double Up Food Bucks Heartland program. So that's both in Kansas and Missouri. And Erin Bishop has been with K-State Research and Extension less than a year now, but it's getting closer to a year. But she's been with K-State Research and Extension for the past year and is our coordinator of the Double Up Food Bucks program within K-State Research and Extension. And so, so just a really brief introduction, the Double Up Food Bucks program, what what Donna and Aaron are going to be talking about today is just an overview to help you learn more about the program and to start taking, if you don't already have the program at your market, to start being able to take steps towards having it at your market. So some of you might have been able to join yesterday when we had the presenter on how to take SNAP and EBT. So that's kind of the first step, is being able to accept SNAP at your market. And then Donna and Aaron will talk about how you can double that even with low income consumers. So, all right. So, and if you have any questions, please make sure you type them into the Q&A. And then if the question is for either Donna or Aaron, please indicate that. And then if it's just a general question, go ahead and just type that into the chat, the Q&A. So please go ahead and type your questions in when you have them. And I am going to turn it over to Donna and Aaron. Thank you guys so much for joining us today.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. We're so glad to be part of this this event this week. I guess it's a little bit different than previous years, but we're glad that we have been included in these proceedings. So, and we're so excited to be able to really share information with about Double Up Food Bucks with you today. We worked with a lot of great farmers markets and farm stands and growers last year, and I think at the beginning of the whole COVID pandemic thing, we were all kind of a little bit nervous about how we were going to make that work and how people would feel comfortable. And I think last year actually went really, really well. And I really am very thankful and really tip my hats off to not only the great coordinators like Aaron that I work with, but also all the farmers market managers and the vendors that really put their best selves forward and their best produce forward to help provide really great food for people, and particularly for SNAP folks. So let's dive in. So I will share my screen, attempt to do this. All right, can you all see that? Is that looking good?
Not yet.
Not quite yet.
Got it. Okay, now?
It's coming. Yep, I think so.
Okay, cool. Let me know when. Now it's good? Okay. So Double Up Food Bucks is the program that we are involved with, and it is a vegetable and fruit incentive program specifically for SNAP recipients. And for those of you who weren't involved in the conversation yesterday, SNAP is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, otherwise also known as food assistance. So it is a vital program for many folks who are low income and who qualify for the program, and it's very vital to them for food. So what our program is all about is trying to encourage folks, even with a very limited income, it's trying to encourage and give access to SNAP recipients to be able to buy and consume healthier food, i.e. vegetables and fruits. Now let's see. Okay, so Double Up Food Bucks is actually a model, a national model that's being done in, I think, more than 25 states now. It's a little bit different in each iteration, but it essentially is a model that, like I said, encourages SNAP recipients to buy and consume more fresh fruits and vegetables. That is our main goal. So I like to think that the program has actually 3 main objectives, or I like to call them the legs of the stool. And they're all really important because they all kind of work together to make the program work. So the first one I've already mentioned, the program is meant to help families bring more healthy food home so that they are healthier. But in order to be able to do that, we also need farmers who are growing that produce. And we would prefer and know that the healthiest produce that families can bring home is from farmers that are local. So we put a very a big emphasis on locally grown. So we work with farmers markets that bring in farmers that are either growing their own or aggregating from those that live around them. And also we feel like that this program really helps to keep food dollars in our local communities, because we are working with farmers markets, and also the program works with more local grocery stores as well. So we're really trying to do our part to kind of build out the local food system. So a little bit about the history of Double Up Food Bucks Heartland. That's the program that is in Kansas and Missouri. We started, we really ramped up the program in 2016 when we got a USDA grant under the Food Nutrition and Food Insecurity Nutrition Incentive Program. And that started in 2016 and it went to 2019. At that time, we were offering the program at locations all from as far west as Salina and all the way over to St. Louis. And we went kind of from St. Joseph was probably our furthest north, all the way down to kind of the southeast Kansas, southeast corner of Kansas and southwest Missouri. So we kind of made a big triangle. Our funding at the time totaled about $5.8 million, half of which was from the USDA. The other half was from local and regional funders. And almost 2.5 million of that was actually redeemed as incentives to SNAP customers during the 4-year period. In 2020, our USDA grant went away. We did try to get the sort of the next iteration of the USDA grant for 2020, and we're not successful, but we were certainly very lucky to have some great regional and local funders who stepped up to the plate and really helped support the program in Kansas and the Kansas City area and West Central Missouri. So that is actually currently where our program is operating. So we are very, very thankful for the funders in 2020 that stepped up to that challenge and helped us through a difficult year, really. But in some ways, a year of real growth, and we're glad that we were successful. So then seemed like last April, we did apply for another USDA grant, and through this new iteration of nutrition incentive funds, and we were successful actually in getting that grant. So we are funded now in Kansas, Kansas City, and West Central Missouri. We are funded to do the program and to expand. So we're really excited. The grant is $8.1 million for that 4-year period. And half of that, again, is from the USDA and half is from private funders. So like I said, the incentive, our scope is, again, we're offering the program in both grocery stores and farmers markets. And when we talk about grocery stores, it's not like the big Walmart, it's not the really, really big ones. We really try to work with stores. They might be a smaller chain, or even individual, very small markets. So we have a really great range of locations that we're offering. And then of course, all kinds of farmers markets that we're working with. So we have about 80 locations identified so far. About 48 of those are farmers markets or farm stands. That's one area where we're seeing some growth and a lot of interest. So we're excited about that. And about 32 grocery stores are on board. And like I said, we're doing the program in the state of Kansas, in the Kansas City area, and West Central Missouri. All right, I am going to turn it over to Erin now, and she's going to get a little bit more in the details.
Thank you, Donna. So as we look at Double Up Food Box and how it operates, it's a...
Erin, you're muted.
Thank you. I thought I had unmuted myself.
You did, and then it went mute.
I think I have a, yeah. Okay, thank you. So it's a fairly simple process for customers at the market and how it works. So the customer would visit a participating market offering SNAP and Double Up Food Box. And each market has their own SNAP specific tokens, and those are matched at a $1 to $1 ratio up to $25 a day at most markets with the Double Up Food Box tokens. The Double Up tokens this year and through the life of this current grant will be purple. And those Double Up tokens can be spent at any Double Up market that's participating in the program. So then the customer, once they receive their tokens for their SNAP dollars and their Double Up dollars, are free to shop at the various vendors that are offering the items that match SNAP or match the Double Up. Go to the next slide, Donna. And then something kind of newer we're doing with Double Up that we piloted on our working on kind of expanding are the farm stand opportunities with Double Up. The farm stand operates a little bit different. A SNAP customer would visit a participating farm stand, whether that's a mobile type market or a storefront kind of at the farm, and they would do the transaction with the market at the point of sale. It would be a 50% match. And that 50% match would happen just on fresh fruits and vegetables at that market. And again, with farm stands, it's up to $25 a day per sale, per customer. Next slide, Donna. So some crucial elements for success, some lessons kind of learned from participating in this program for a while, what makes it successful at a market and as we're learning at a farm stand is the ability to accept SNAP being the number one. You have to have SNAP capabilities and transactions to do the Double Up Match program. And when you're accepting those or accepting SNAP and matching it with Double Up, having someone at that point of sale to report on that program data. So some basic data as far as the dollars matched and the customer zip code would be done at that point of sale. Then you need to have a variety of vendors selling fresh fruits and vegetables. Want to have reliable vendor attendees with those products. So when customers visit your market, they have places and folks to shop with to spend those tokens. Double Up tokens do not need to be spent at the day of the sale. Customers can save those tokens and spend them later, but to build a good customer base with this program, some reliable fresh fruit and vegetable vendors make a big difference. Training of the staff and volunteers. So making sure folks know about the program, that they're able to answer questions that a customer might have regarding the program or questions that a vendor might have. Just having that good communication with folks when they have questions is important, and knowing how to report on that data. And then communication with SNAP customers is critical, being aware of how the program works, sharing with them where they can spend their dollars, how to look for specific signs with vendors so they have a successful and good experience at your market when using the program. And then locations are most successful when they have locations are most successful when they have accessibility for SNAP customers. Sorry, I set off my phone like Alexa. So I got distracted for a second, but customers being able to get to the market, is the location one that public transit might go to if you're in a larger area, or that is easy to reach for folks that may be traveling with their families or their kids to shop. And also, are the hours and of the market accessible to your SNAP customers when they're not working? Is that at a time that folks can visit you and use their SNAP dollars to support their groceries and their family in that way? And next slide, Donna. So accepting SNAP, again, is the biggest start to be successful with Double Up. Lauren is going to drop in our question and answer. She's with Mid-America Regional Council, a handout on accepting SNAP at the market. So be on the lookout for that here in a second. But just some general information with some links that is also included in that handout that will be coming, is that a market would need to obtain a USDA authentication account. So then they can go through the process of filling out the application for the FNS number. And your FNS then allows you to accept SNAP. From there, you'll have the equipment or the capabilities for your point of sale. And as we saw yesterday with MarketLink during their sales tax, accepting SNAP and EBT information session, there are some programs available to help you get that service, MarketLink being the one that we most recommend to work with farmers markets. And that is a bring your own device program for markets. And it's an application, it works really well for folks to kind of accept that. Next slide, Donna, please. And then the benefits for the market participating, I think there's a plethora of benefits. First of all, we provide the market with a stipend. That stipend are funds that the market can use to implement the program or administer it, support their EBT capabilities, whatever works best for that market. And then of course, the markets have increased traffic with a wider variety of customers, market managers and vendors that I talk to across the board report that they have a larger customer base. Because of this program, they're seeing more customers. So they're moving more produce and more SNAP items as well outside of the produce area. So it's benefiting them and really getting those sales going at their table. Which then of course comes with increased income. And then, with Double Up being part of, supporting fresh fruits and vegetables, this allows customer funds with their maybe what might be a tight budget to free up some of their SNAP dollars for other items offered at the market that are SNAP capable or for SNAP. So eggs, meat, dairy, baked goods, jams and jellies and salsas, those sort of things. So it really does increase a customer's ability to shop with a variety of vendors. And then I think it brings in a lot of community capacity building. You have a lot of community organizations and partners coming together to promote the program, which just across the board promotes your farmers market, I think, to a wider audience as well. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to Donna to let her talk more about the support provided by Double Up Food Bucks.
Great, thanks, Erin. So I think a lot, I just want to highlight one of the things that that the Double Up Collaborative does. So Erin's just been through a whole plethora of points of what, how Double Up Food Bucks benefits farmers markets. And that's those were all kind of things that, are really on the ground and at the market. So I feel like those are more obvious to a lot of markets and a lot of vendors, obviously making, a little bit more or getting new customers to your market is pretty obvious. Hopefully, hopefully that's an obvious thing. We do know that when we do marketing and do a significant amount of it at certain points during the season, that our markets do report that they see that, they see the repercussions of that because they're getting more people coming to the market. But I think one of the things that maybe markets aren't quite as aware of is just how much is going on out there in the community that is trying to, raise up awareness of not only the Double Up Food Bucks program, but of the markets that are doing the program. So the Double Up Food Bucks Collaborative has really worked hard over the years to have a wide range of communication efforts. So we have, the branding of our logo and kind of the look of our program. We've created a wide range of marketing materials. We have a website, social media, advertising. We provide signage, by the way, to all of the markets so that it's very, very clear when someone comes to the market, that the market is participating if the sign's out. And also we provide signs that vendors can put up around in the market so that hopefully it's very clear to customers which vendors are able to take Double Up Food Buck tokens. So I'm going to just go and show you some examples of some of these things. So this is kind of an example of our website. We do get quite a bit of traffic on our website. A lot of people like to go on the website, particularly to look at where the locations are. So we do upload all of the locations onto a map that shows them, and customers can put their address into that page, and they will see the locations that are closest to them, which a lot of people do, and that's a really popular feature. They can also kind of explore to find out, if they've never used the program before, they can explore like how does it work and that. And they can also email us and if they have questions. And so we do a lot of communication from that element as well. Every year we do a direct mailer. We're very thankful for our partners in the Department of Children and Family Services on the Kansas side and the Department of Social Services on the Missouri side. They've helped us a great deal in the past trying to really get the word out. So what we do is once a year, we aim for June, the beginning of June, just to let all of the markets hopefully get up and running a little bit. And we aim for June. And so we send a letter to every SNAP recipient that lives in the zip code where the locations are. So if your farmer's market, the zip code where your farmer's market is located, we would send a mailer with a letter and a brochure to those SNAP recipients. And this is a big driver to farmers markets. We definitely see an uptick in usage of the program right after these start hitting mailboxes, as you can imagine. Here's just an example of some of our signage, some pictures of actual signage. We do again the signage that is right at the market. So we provide those to markets. We provide signage that says what you can buy with your SNAP tokens and what you can buy with your Double Up Food Buck tokens, and just general other kinds of materials. So we really try to get the word out and make it easy to understand. We've tried to use pictures as well. If you're a community that has populations that might not speak or read speak English or read very well, then we try to make things pretty self-explanatory with pictures. Social media, we do a lot of social media. We do Facebook, Twitter. There's a special app that's called Propel that's specifically for SNAP recipients that we try, that actually is geocoded. So when a SNAP recipient gets close to a participating market, they'll get, if they have a smartphone, they'll get a message that says, hey, Double Up Food Bucks is offered at this market nearby, you know, and so it helps encourage them to go to the market. And then we have the ability to create some cute videos that we also post on social media and online. This is one, I'll go ahead and play it, but it needs to be updated, so we'll be updating it for this coming year, but I just wanted to show it to you as to give you an idea of what we're doing. Oh, and I don't know whether I shared let me unshare and reshare so we get the sound. Hold on. Let me do that again because I forgot to click that little button. Share sound. Okay. Hopefully that's working.
Not yet, Donna. Maybe.
Okay. I'll just leave this up for a moment. Did that come through? Okay,
Yes, it did, Donna. Thank you.
excellent. I'm never sure whether it's actually working. All right, I will stop sharing if that's what, if we want to go to questions or.
Yes, Donna, there's been a bunch of questions, which is great. We are excited to see lots of interest and excited to see lots of questions coming in. So Dana, I'm going to turn it over to you for asking questions.
Great, Londa. Thank you very much. As she said, there were a lot of questions that came in the question and answer, and they've been answered along the way. A couple of them I want to revisit, Erin and Donna. One of them was about SNAP with manual entry if there wasn't Wi-Fi available at a location at farmers markets, because we know about Wi-Fi broadband connectivity issues here in the state. And Erin, you answered that one directly to the person that asked the question. Could you just maybe just give your answer so everybody could hear that, please?
Absolutely. And so I actually reached out to Lauren, who is on here as well during that presentation, because she's kind of our, she's my knowledge base for a lot of things SNAP, but manual entry is something that folks can use to call in during that time. There are other services too that use satellite. So I do work with some pretty rural markets that can access that way, but it depends on the program that they're using. And Lauren may have something to add to this if she wants to hop in, or Donna with their knowledge.
I think,
Lauren,
yeah, go ahead, Lauren.
Yeah, I tried to add to that answer, but basically with EBT machines, the mobile machines, whether you're using that or like an app-based technology, they need to be connected to the internet to take a transaction. And if that's not an option for your market, you have to call the transaction into the state for each transaction. And then you record that information on a manual voucher, which is provided to you by your device provider or third-party provider. And then you have to go back in when you do have internet access and clear those vouchers through your system. So it is pretty labor intensive, and it is a little bit awkward because you're standing in front of a customer and you have to call in and check their balance over the phone. So, you know, for places where people are comfortable with one another, I think that's fine, but I just, you know, want everybody to keep that in mind.
And I would say I've worked with some markets that are set up near a business in their community that has Wi-Fi, and they've worked with that business to access that Wi-Fi during market times. And the community seems pretty supportive of helping out in that area.
Well, great. We know that there's a lot of good community support within our state with it. We have had a couple questions come up about, can an individual grower participate even if their market doesn't participate? There were a couple different versions of that question on there. So if one of you could just elaborate on that just a little bit, that would be great.
I'll go first, and then Erin, you can definitely jump in. It's possible that an individual grower can do that if they're willing to take on if they're willing to, you know, apply and take on the responsibility of accepting SNAP themselves. It's very possible that they can do that. I will say that we have tried that in certain circumstances, and it's kind of one of those part of that, like lessons learned, you know, elements of success, that if there's only one vendor, for instance, at a market, or maybe one or two vendors that are willing to accept SNAP at a market, I can tell you that a SNAP customer isn't necessarily going to feel a huge motivation to go to that market a lot, because it's, they only have one vendor that they're. Now, I do know that there are specific instances where a farmer, for instance, has developed a CSA or a following essentially of customers, and they have been able to make it work in terms of doing it that way. But in general, I think the market is stronger, and I think farmers benefit more if they can actually get their whole market to participate, and all the vendors that are selling fresh fruits and vegetables are doing it. So I guess bottom line is it's possible, but I think the success is greater if the market as a whole can do it, so that new SNAP customers aren't searching for the one vendor at a market, and they don't, they feel like they can only use this benefit at one place in the market. Erin, do you have anything else to add?
No, I
Great.
think that is perfect.
Great. Another question we had up, which is really exciting. We have some new markets that are going to be starting up, and they were wondering, when should they start to apply for Double Up? They had a representative from SNAP say that it should be 30 days out from the first market. What kind of timeline do you guys work with?
I would say if there are markets that would like to participate in Double Up Food Bucks, and if they've already been doing SNAP for a little bit, it's always a good idea to kind of know that they have some sort of, that they've got the SNAP thing down. But we can work with markets even if they're fairly new to SNAP. I would say if they feel like they're ready to go for this year, we need to hear from them very quickly. And the main reason is that we are in the process of finalizing our locations for our media, for our brochures and on our website. So to give markets the biggest boost, we like to make sure that they're included in our brochures, so that when those go out to customers, either through a mailing or when we deliver them to community partners to distribute, the market is included in that. We will, however, we do work with markets. However, if a market isn't quite ready yet, if they're still working on getting their SNAP machine or SNAP capability set up, we'll work with a market at any point. They just might not be, if they're not ready until July, they just might not be included in a brochure or something. So, Erin, did you have anything else on that?
Actually, that is a great transition, Donna. We had a question about the timeline of when information will be coming out from your office on media packets and those things to help our market managers and those participating be ready for this season.
Right. So we're already getting information from the markets that we know are probably going to participate. So markets that have participated in the past, and then any new markets we're already working with. So this is the perfect time actually, because if a market thinks that they're ready to go, that's the time for them. Especially the markets in the Kansas area would get a hold of Erin, and in the Kansas City area would get a hold of our colleagues at Cultivate KC, and so this is the perfect time to get them up and running. We would give them forms to fill out to make sure that we have the most updated information to include on all those brochures. And then when we get closer to like into March and April, that's when we'll be really updating our media packets, so that if markets are having a big event and they want to really highlight Double Up Food Bucks, they can do that in their community. Our media of getting like advertisement out to, we try to really focus on areas where there are new markets that, for very specific advertisements. We start doing that a little bit later in the year, like June or July, and then all the way through into the fall. So does that answer your question? I hope.
That did. That gives those that are participating or that will catch the video later, we'll give them a little bit of a time frame to know when things are going to be headed their way. We do have a question from a vendor that states that they currently sell and accept SNAP tokens at their local market. They were wondering, can they also accept the vision card transactions at a stand or at their farm?
Yeah, Erin, you wanna tackle that one?
Sure. So yes, we want the vendor when they're selling at a market that has SNAP capabilities and Double Up to utilize the market's funds for that, but they can apply as a farm stand to operate Double Up food bucks outside of those markets that are accepting that, if that makes sense.
Great. That did make sense. Appreciate that. If you could just step back just a little bit on it. Again, it was about the marketing materials for SNAP and Double Up food bucks, about when those markets will be able to receive those marketing materials, just so we can let folks know again and keep it fresh on their mind.
Right. So in terms of Double Up food buck materials, we will have our brochures ready hopefully in April for distribution. And we do try, for any markets that want brochures at their markets, we try to make sure that they have them there. Some choose not to because they don't want paper, but others are very excited to have brochures. We'll also try to update our media packet, which is just like a sample, public service announcement, that they could send to their local newspaper, or samples like social media. And actually, markets don't really even need to they don't need to recreate the wheel, because since we have a Facebook page and Twitter, actually markets can just sort of use the materials that we're posting already and kind of repost them on their own social media. So if that's easier, because I know it can be a lot to keep that social media going on your own. So we can all work together and collaborate. But April, it will be the time, I think, that we're going to be really working to get the brochures out. We will have our website updated before then on the locations, and then also updating the media packet for markets. We don't do a lot of advertisement about SNAP itself, because we are funded by the USDA under the GUSNIP grant. One of the things that we are not allowed to do is encourage people to sign up for SNAP, which I know seems a little backwards, but that's the way the program is. So we depend heavily on partners in communities, like SNAP Ed and other programs who work with SNAP recipients. And also there's other partners like Johnny Appleseed, who is out there, and harvesters and the food banks, who are really working to help encourage people who really do, they qualify for SNAP. And so they really should be getting on that program to help them kind of move forward.
Great. Just a little clarification on your answer. And then I have one last question for you. As you've talked, you've mentioned we. So who is the we that they should reach out to get materials? Because sometimes it's confusing with different agencies and organizations involved. So if you could just let me know who that we is, and then we'll have one final question.
Right. And it is a little confusing because we cover a lot of ground in this program. So the WE is really the Double Up Heartland Collaborative. Mid-America Regional Council in Kansas City in the Kansas City area is the lead agency on that, but we work with different collaborating agencies. And so Erin and at K-State Research and Extension, she works with all the farmers markets in Kansas. So she would be the one that the farmers markets in Kansas would contact. And she will actually be, I'm sure, be asking them as we get closer to, to having a finalized brochure in place. She'll be asking, hey, who wants the brochures for their market? So, so she's the one in Kansas that works with the Kansas farmers markets. Cultivate KC has a coordinator named Lana Dominguez, and so she's the one that Kansas City farmers markets would contact. Primarily she'd be working with them to get them brochures. And then in the West Central area of Missouri, it's another contact at West Central Missouri Community Action Agency. So we have three main coordinating agencies. Just because our geography is at such a large scope, we have three coordinating agencies that are working directly with the farmers markets. So, and hopefully they all know who they're coordinating. Hopefully they know because they're talking with them on a regular basis. However, if that's not the case, they can always get in touch with me, and I will, identify the right coordinator to get them those materials.
Great. One last question before we go on to our next set of speakers. And this just goes with the developing times and how things have changed over, especially the last year, et cetera. We had one of our participants ask about how they could lobby to get legislation changed so that their SNAP customers could order online. There are a lot of people that order online, and then they could pick those up at the markets with it. And so this very quickly, because we need to keep moving, but what would be a step to take, or who should they contact about seeing what kind of changes we could get made for the future?
That's a good question. And I feel like that may not be an area of my expertise. I know there are pilot projects going on in, I believe, both in Missouri and Kansas now. But unfortunately, they only include the big dogs. They only include right now like Walmart and Amazon and, places like that, which is not very helpful to, small grocery stores or farmers markets. So I think it's coming. I would say I'm not sure that I know who the best place is to talk to, whether it's the USDA itself or at the state level, the Department of I don't know whether the Department of Children and Family Services has any pull on that one or not. But yeah, I think it's coming. It's just, I think they're trying to get it worked out with some of the really, really large retailers first, and then see how it can be pushed to everyone else.
Well, great. With that, I'm going to throw it back over to Londa, and we thank you for your time, Donna and Aaron.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes, great. Thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for all your great questions. Again, that's really helpful to be able to provide more information. So we're going to move on now to our next presentation. And this is the From the Land of Kansas program. And Sammy Gleason is going to be our first speaker on that. And she's going to talk about all the opportunities that KDA provides, to growers. So thank you.
Thank you, Londa. As Londa said, I am Sammy Gleason, the marketing coordinator with From the Land of Kansas. We're the central hub for farmers market registrations. So if you're a market manager, you'll want to go to our website, fromthelandofkansas.com, and register your market. We have over 76 registered markets of all sizes, from Overland Park to Syracuse. Registration provides limited legal liability, access to resources, marketing and promotions, such as social media and farmers market of the month. And it's free, but you just must renew every year. Other resources, annual farmers market workshop that's going on this week. We hope you're enjoying and learning a lot. Food safety regulations and best practice guides, which is in English and Spanish. Sampling safety guide, which there isn't sampling going on right now, but hopefully we'll be able to do that again soon. Food labeling for Kansas food producers and processors. Farmers market marketing online toolkit, which I will show you our toolkit here in a second, and then our monthly newsletter for Farmers Market Network. And here is an example of our Farmers Market online toolkit. If you go to our website, you'll just click on Farmers Markets, and then you'll go down to our toolkit. So there's a general marketing guide that can help bring customers to your market. You just click on the yellow part, and there's a link there. And then our online toolkit guide and a seasonality calendar. And then we have posters and newsletters that you can print off for your market. And then you can customize them according to your market, where you're located, your times, things like that. Also, we have kids activity sheets. As Michael mentioned, it's really important for the kids to get involved so they can learn where their food's coming from. We have farmers market mazes, farmers market scavenger hunts. So it's just fun for the kids to get involved. And then also recipe cards. As Michael mentioned, recipe cards are important as well because you're giving them ideas how to use the vegetables, fruits, and whatever you're selling at your market. So you'll just click on any of these and you can print off those recipe cards, or you can share them on your social media accounts. And we'll be putting links in the chat for you as well to find those. As for resources for the Kansas Department of Agriculture, we have especially crop block grants, organic certification cost share program, ag stress assistance, and then our From the Land of Kansas state trademark program. Access to the grant programs. We have especially crop block grant program. It's a conference education support. We help support and reimburse you for going to the conference. This is a project that will financially assist Kansas specialty crop growers in attending a recognized conference focused on specialty crop growing techniques to increase their knowledge base. Specialty crop growers will also be able to develop a plan of action to incorporate knowledge gained into their operation. Last year, we had over 30 applications. It is still open, so we'll drop the link in the chat box if you would like to apply still. Always watch for our newsletters or closed Facebook groups too, as well. And then usually in the fall, around October and November is when these come out. Organic cost share program. Farms and businesses that produce, process, or package certified organic agriculture products are eligible to be reimbursed for 50% of the certification related costs, up to $500 per category of certification for expenses paid from October 1st, 2019 through September 30th, 2020. And this is last year's dates. We'll open it back up late summer, in August usually is when these funds come out. And just watch for information in our newsletters and our closed Facebook groups for when these opportunities come out. Ag stress assistance. We know that there's some ag stress, and if you are having any ag stress, please go to kansasagstress.org. There's a video on there that I highly recommend that you watch. There's farmers on there talking about their experiences, provides resources and support to those dealing with ag-related stress, such as financial hardships, weather conditions, just things that are out of your control that you're stressing about, and there's services there to help you with that. We're partnered with KSRE and other ag partners, and you can find local and national resources here. So it's just a great resource to help you if you need some help, because we all need help once in a while. And now I'm going to turn it over to Janelle Dobbins.
Thanks, Sammy. As Sammy said, and for the ones of you who might not happen to know me, I'm Janelle Dobbins, and I'm the marketing manager with From the Land of Kansas, which From the Land of Kansas is the state's trademark program. So we work on promoting and celebrating agricultural experiences and products that are grown, raised, or produced in Kansas. So that means we work with farmers and ranchers, producers, processors, restaurants, retail partners, agritourism. There's a whole list there of who all we work with. Next slide. So with the From the Land of Kansas program, You need to have 100% of the product grown, raised, or produced in Kansas, or 100% of the product's processing, manufacturing, or craftsmanship done in Kansas. So for folks who have restaurants, this may be that they're just serving multiple Kansas products. Folks that do agritourism, we work with you, and we also have you work with the Kansas Department of Wildlife, Parks, and Tourism because they have an agritourism program. And then we work with businesses that offer multiple Kansas products, 3 or more. And then we just also make sure that everyone has all of their products and businesses in good standing with the state of Kansas. Next slide. So for benefits, we have both free and paid benefits for businesses of any size. So that may be anything from UPC barcodes. When you're getting large enough that you want to be trying to sell in a grocery store, you'll need those. Use of our From the Land of Kansas logo. You can use it on your products. We also have stickers available with the logos. Access to our e-commerce platform. So if you're not wanting to build your own e-commerce platform, you can use ours and sell and ship across the United States. Events and trade shows. Hopefully this year we'll be back at State Fair. If not, this last year we pivoted and created something called the Purple Ribbon Marketplace that was an online kind of fair where folks could sell. Also, we have discounted rates with the Kansas Value Added Foods and Meat Lab. So if you're needing to do any nutritional testing, nutritional labels, testing on salsas, etc., you can get a discount with being a From the Land of Kansas member. And then we offer lots of marketing assistance. So helping you with your website, with social media. We do lots of audits or just help you with figuring out the process. We do have a full benefit catalog online, which we'll put that link in the chat box here in just a bit. So how to sign up for us, be sure you have all the proper licenses, but if you aren't sure on that, no problem. Just reach out to us and we'll help you ensure that you're all set up and submit an application, which we'll also drop that in the chat box because we do have an easy online application process. You do renew every year and then you select your benefits for the year. So you have an opportunity to select what's valuable for you for that year. And so that may change every year of what you want to do. But make sure and stay in touch with us about new opportunities and events. If you follow us on Facebook at all, you'll see we're always calling out information about our members, sharing pluses that they've had and great events that are going on. So the more you tell us, the more we're able to share. And as a reminder, make sure you've got those renewals in. You'll also be getting a call from us if we haven't seen that renewal come through. Next slide. So we kind of did this really fast, but we're trying to keep us all on time and everything today. So let us know if you have any questions. This is Sammy's and my information, and we'll also put it in the chat box. But you can always reach out to us with any questions you have about the program, benefits, and then also, as Sammy started, we also work with all the farmers markets and we work on specialty crop block grants. So always just reach out. We're happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks, Janelle.
Great. Thank you very much, Sammy and Janelle. And you can see I have a guest with me now. So anyway, so I'm going to turn it over to Dana. I think there's one question there in the box for you guys.
Great. Thank you, Londa. Janelle and Sammy, you both touched on a lot of stuff in a short amount of time. We had a question come in. Is there a place to register for those that may have a roadside market or a farm market? We've talked a lot about signing up for farmers markets, but with the way everything has expanded over this last year, especially, what do you have for those that may not be directly with farmers markets?
So for right now, we would have you actually sign up as a From the Land of Kansas member, and we can have a listing online for you. And we would call out in that listing saying that you are a farm stand, that this is when you're open, etc. So that's kind of our options for that. And when you're not part of a farmer's market, then we just have you actually work on being a From the Land of Kansas member, and you will be on that listing.
Great. So those that are interested in, Janelle, a lot more about From the Land of Kansas, being able to sell online, some of those great benefits, they need to get a hold of you to be able to get that process started. Is that correct?
Correct. Sammy and I will make sure and drop our contact information in the chat so you can easily have that information at your fingertips.
Well, great. Sammy, you're new to the program, almost a year. We're glad you're here, and folks have been able to meet you because you haven't been able to be on the road. So welcome officially now to the Farmers Market Workshop group and the participants there. We're glad that you're here with that. With that, we haven't had any other questions come in, but if so, if folks have questions, go ahead and put those in the question answer here, and Janelle and Sammy will get those answered when we go on to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Janelle and Sammy. That was great. It's always, I think it's always really good to just keep sharing that information of all the resources that are available to help our farmers markets vendors and our direct to consumer marketers. So our last presentation of the day is from Warren Hayes. He's with the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, and he's the coordinator of the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. So he's going to be doing the training for farmers that are interested in being able to accept Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program vouchers. And as you'll remember, yesterday we talked about, how to accept SNAP. So SNAP is a separate program from the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program, but they're all great programs that really help just increase access to food, to healthy food at farmers markets, and it also helps the vendors as well. So Warren, thanks so much for coming, and I'm going to turn it over to you, Warren.
Yeah, thanks so much, Londa, and everyone else involved with this virtual farmers workshop. Again, my name is Warren Hayes. I am the acting coordinator for the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program, and I'm based in the Topeka office of the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. And I want to welcome everyone right now to the 2021 Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program Rules and Regulations Farmer Vendor Training. It's a mouthful, but here we are. So just as a quick reminder here, this webinar does indeed count as one of those required interactive trainings for new farmer vendors as part of this program who have not been involved in the KSF MNP in past years, but it also does count as a refresher course for those of you who may have been involved in this program in 2020 or in a year before that as well. So we're going to be reviewing the rules and the regulations, but it is your job, if you are interested and want to become an authorized farmer vendor in this program, it is your job to go in and fill out one of those authorized farmer agreements and submit it to us. So you do have a role to play. It's not just viewing this training. So just a quick heads up here, I might be shifting my gaze over to my second screen for my script, but I'm doing my best to pay attention. And if questions come in, I'll try to answer those near the end of today's presentation. All right, so let's start with an overview of the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. So the Kansas Department of Health and Environment, or KDHE, has been funded by the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, for over 10 years to administer our annual Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. And the KSF MNP serves low-income Kansans age 60 or older, or those age 55 and older who are also members of an Indian tribal organization. The goals of the KSF MNP are to provide low-income seniors with the resources to purchase fresh, nutritious, unprepared, locally grown fruits, vegetables, cut herbs, and honey from direct marketing farmers at farmers markets and roadside stands. It is to increase the consumption of locally grown fresh fruits, vegetables, cut herbs, and honey. And for our purposes, locally grown is defined as having been grown in the state of Kansas or in one of those bordering counties in Oklahoma, Colorado, Nebraska, or Missouri. And one of our goals is to aid in the establishment of new farmers markets and roadside stands, or to help support existing farmers markets and roadside stands. Okay, so the program coverage area in 2021 encompasses all of the light blue shaded counties. The yellow counties you see in the northwest corner part of the state show our bulk purchase or our bundle program region, and that's operated through the High Plains Food Cooperative. So we won't really be discussing that bundle program in much detail during this webinar today because it's separate from the check-based program that would encompass farmer vendors like you. And it's, again, those blue shaded counties, those demonstrate where our check-based program operates. And the 3 red circles that you see over in the central west portion of the state show where the check program will attempt to expand into in 2021. And that includes the counties of Ellis, Pawnee, and Hodgman. Program coverage just means that partner agencies can distribute the checks in these areas. However, we do allot the checks to these partner agencies based on the presence of markets with authorized vendors in our program. So for example, you can see in the east central part of the state that counties such as Chase, Morris, Wabaunsee, Potawatomi, they're shaded blue and they could have checks issued, but there were no reported farmers or farmers markets with participating vendors during the 2020 season. So this just means that any senior checks we distributed in those counties would just be less likely to be used. Therefore, we do ask that all of you who do sign up to get authorized through this program, we ask that you list all farmers markets and farm stands where you do intend to sell when you fill out that agreement areas that you intend to sell in 2021. That way we can make certain that we are serving as many seniors in as many counties as possible. So for example, if no one lists a farmer's market in Marion County, then we would assume that seniors in Marion County wouldn't really be able to spend their checks. So we would instead send more checks to other areas where we know that there are authorized farmers because they've told us that they will be there, just because seniors are more likely to spend their checks in those places. All right, and the KSF MNP is operated on 2 levels. We have state administration, which we will discuss in just a bit, and local administration. And local administration for our program happens at several sites that have a common goal of serving low-income seniors in a social services capacity. And these sites might be area agencies on aging, county senior centers, local health departments, potentially K-State research and extension local offices as well. State administration involves interacting with the USDA and ensuring that our program is meeting the grant deliverables on record keeping, on identifying eligible participants, and creating educational and promotional materials and creating public service announcements about the program. The state coordinator.
Warren, sorry.
Sorry.
Your audio is kind of going up and down. Like sometimes it's really quiet. So I'm not sure what the issue is, but if I don't, so anyway, just wanted to let you know that.
Okay, thank you. I will pull my laptop closer to me. Thank you for letting me know on it. And please chime in again if you're still having trouble hearing me. So the state coordinator is also responsible for writing and submitting the state plan yearly to ensure that the KSF MNP remains funded. This right here is the list of our current local agencies. So at times we know that farmer vendors at the farmers markets do sometimes get asked by seniors where they go or who they call to apply for and receive checks through this program. And sometimes in the past, this has just been a complete mystery for farmer vendors who have only really been told about their own role in the program. Well, we've heard you, and here is your answer. So take a look here at the county or counties where you might be selling at farmers markets. And this chart will tell you which local agency serves that county. So any seniors should be directed to get into contact with that local agency for information about applying for and receiving their own checks through the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Phone numbers for each of the local agencies are accessible by visiting the KSF MNP webpage in the Seniors tab, and the link is right here on the page. So it shouldn't come as a surprise when I say that the 2020 market season was very much complicated by the pandemic. And of course, we do sincerely hope that the 2021 season will be an improvement with more farmer markets open and more foot traffic and spending and more seniors applying for and receiving these checks. So just a quick summary here of the 2020 program accomplishments. We were able to serve over 4,400 seniors across our service areas in Kansas and allowed senior participants to redeem over $116,000 worth of benefits at farmers markets or through that bulk purchase program. And this currently represents 68% of our total food funding. So we absolutely have room to grow and have more benefits redeemed. And in 2020, we had 211 farmers who were authorized to accept checks. Local agencies covered 55 counties, and they distributed check benefits to senior participants. And of course, we also have the regional co-op that covers 9 counties in Northwest Kansas, and they were able to distribute food bundles to the senior participants there. The benefit level for senior participants in the KSF MNP will remain at that $35 level that it reached in 2020, and that's up from $30 in previous years. Seniors will receive $35 worth of check benefits through this program, and these are individual benefits. So if, for example, there's a senior couple and they're both over the age of 60 and they meet the income guidelines for a family of 2, then they can each individually apply and they would each individually receive the $35 worth of check benefits for a total of $70 for their family for the year. So it's very important to note that participants are eligible to designate a proxy to spend their checks on their behalf if they're unable to do it themselves. And in the next slide, we can discuss proxies more in depth. So again, senior participants in the program can designate a proxy, and that is a person who will spend their benefits at a farmer's market or a farm stand on their behalf. This proxy doesn't need to be a senior or a person of any specific age or even relationship to the participant. It could be the senior's child, a grandchild, a sibling, a friend, the list kind of goes on. But the proxy can sign their name on the senior's checks. They don't need to sign the name of the participant themselves. Proxies also don't have to show ID at the point of sale. And you as vendors don't need to worry about verifying the proxy or having them provide their ID or any extra proof. Their eligibility to be a proxy is actually determined at the point of application for those $35 benefits. So you should allow the proxy to spend the checks on behalf of the senior as if it were the senior themselves there spending the checks. Okay, so there are a few specifications in the federal legislation that regard what foods are eligible for the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. First, eligible foods must be fresh, unprepared, and locally grown fruits, vegetables, and cut herbs. Eligible foods may not be prepared beyond their natural states. So you could harvest a carrot, you could wash it, trim the greens, and sell it to a senior through this program. But the minute you go to peel or slice or spiralize the carrot, it would now be considered a processed food and would not be eligible for the Kansas Senior Farmers Market program. And just a quick review again, for our purposes, locally grown just means it's either grown in the state of Kansas or in one of those bordering counties in Missouri, Oklahoma, Colorado, or Nebraska. The USDA also requires that we put together an itemized list of eligible foods that may be purchased using these program checks. And you can see our list here. This is not comprehensive of all the fruits and vegetables that we know could be grown in Kansas, but the key takeaway on this list is that final line that says, and other whole fresh fruit or vegetables grown in Kansas. Basically, if you can grow it locally and it is a fruit, vegetable, or a cut herb, absolutely feel free to take the KSF MNP checks for it. If it's an unfamiliar fruit or vegetable, we might ask you about it, but if it meets the locally grown definition and is a fruit or a vegetable, then it is eligible. And here's just a reminder that only pure, unaltered honey is considered an eligible product. Creamed, whipped, flavored, herb infused, or otherwise processed honey is not eligible for purchase through the Senior Farmers Market program. So plain honey only. Okay, and here is a list of items that are ineligible for purchase through the Kansas Senior Farmers Market program. And this is not intended to be a judgment on how healthy or nutritious or valuable these items are. It's strictly a reflection of, again, the federal legislation and the goals of the program. Remember that the first goal was to increase consumption of local fruits and vegetables. So these items are determined by federal legislation, and we're happy to talk to you about them, but we just don't have the power to make them eligible in the Senior Farmers Market program. As we are talking about ineligible items, please remember that non-locally grown fruits and vegetables are ineligible. If you choose to wholesale through a warehouse or another process where the produce is not from Kansas or one of those bordering counties, then those products are simply not eligible. And you need to take this into account when displaying your product so that seniors know they can't spend their checks on those wholesale or warehouse produce, I should say, that are not locally grown. If you are repeatedly identified as selling ineligible products in exchange for those senior checks, you would be charged with a program violation and could be assessed a penalty. And repeating this same violation might be interpreted by the program and potentially federally as well as fraud. And as such, you might be required to return money to our program or to the USDA for those kinds of violations. The farmer requirements for participating in the Senior Farmers Market program are: 1, if you are new to the program, again, you must participate in an interactive training, which we are currently doing only virtually, such as this training. If you are a returning farmer vendor, then you may review the slides on our website. 2, complete the authorized farmer agreement, either the online survey version or the paper version, both of which are available on our website. All farmers must resubmit this authorized farmer agreement annually. Please note that agreements are valid for 1 year only. They only cover the January 1st through November 30th timeframe of any 1 year, so you have to reapply annually. And only one agreement per farm is required. All employees should be trained on eligible and ineligible items and how to help seniors spend their checks. The person who signs the authorized farmer agreement is the one responsible for any violations that are potentially made under their vendor ID number. So this includes violations made by employees or friends or family members or any others who might be helping at your farmer's market or farm stand. So we require that you sell only eligible foods in exchange for the senior checks, that you only accept checks from June 1st through November 1st. And this date range really doesn't follow the growing season. We are very much aware of that, but it instead reflects our grant cycle with the USDA. And we ask that you, of course, treat all senior participants equitably and kindly. We also require that you provide foods that are of the same quality and cost as those sold to other customers. And this includes some regulations around sales tax, spending the full $5 on each check, and price labeling. So we're going to jump into sales tax on another slide, but before we move on, I do want to discuss price labeling and spending the full $5 amount in each of those checks in a bit more detail. So when it comes to price labeling, the easiest way to understand why it is recommended and necessary is like this following example. Let's say that you sell 2 types of watermelons. One is small, an icebox size, and the other is a larger striped variety. A senior might come to your market and see your sign and watermelons. And she decides that since you can take her senior checks, she will get a watermelon, but she wants a smaller watermelon. She sees no prices and she asks you how much the melon is. You tell her $5. She hands you a signed $5 senior check, picks up the watermelon, and turns to walk away. But in that time, another person comes up to ask you about the larger watermelon price and has a $10 bill in their hands. You tell that person those cost $3. The smaller watermelon is seedless, while the larger is seeded, and this explains the price difference. But since you don't have any labeling, the senior participant might walk away thinking that she was charged more for a smaller melon for no other reason than she had a different form of payment. Maybe she even walks away thinking about filing a complaint. So price labeling in this instance would have alerted the senior to the different prices and would have allowed her to decide that she might want to take the larger melon instead and spend the additional $2 on another item or continue her purchase of the smaller melon. It would have alleviated any suspicion up front that people paying cash were getting lower prices than those using another form of payment, for example. So it really is important to keep in mind that the check is a $5 value and it can't be exchanged for cash, cannot be exchanged for cash. In other words, seniors must spend that full $5 amount on the check each time. Please do what you can to help the senior spend the full $5 amount of each of their checks. Let's continue that example from earlier. The senior decides to get the larger melon for $3 and wants to spend the remaining $2 on another item that you're selling. That item also must be an eligible item. And let's say she decides that she will take some green beans that you have in a $3 container. Please be as flexible as you can in selling her $2 worth of your $3 green beans. If you're depositing a check for $5, then we reasonably expect that the senior has received $5 worth of produce. However, we do understand that there might be circumstances where the senior doesn't want anything else and might refuse your help in trying to spend down the remaining dollars or cents of each of their checks. In those cases, there really isn't anything you can do other than offer to help the senior spend down the remainder of the check amount and be as flexible and helpful as possible in your produce sizing and your labeling as you possibly can be. Okay, so this sign here with the orange checks accepted here text and the orange bottom left corner, this is the sign that refers to the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. And seniors who are part of this program are educated about what to look for when they apply for their checks. And remember, your sign does need to be posted and it needs to be highly visible. We advise that you don't place your sign flat on your table or maybe partially under some product because seniors wouldn't be able to see it potentially. And if seniors don't see your sign, they're just not very likely to approach your table with their senior checks, potentially out of fear of stigma. And we've learned that if a senior participant visits a farmer's market just once and they don't see any Kansas Senior Farmers Market signs, they might not return because they think that no one there accepts those checks. So it's important every time, make your sign completely visible. Okay, more on check use. The KSF M&P checks work just like standard checks. They have to be deposited into a bank account and preferably as soon as you can. The bank processes the checks and our program pays them out. Depositing your checks on a regular basis throughout the spring and the summer and into the fall, that really does help us serve more seniors because we get a more accurate look at how much budget we have remaining and how many more checks we can release to seniors. If we aren't confident that our farmer vendors are depositing checks regularly, then we might get nervous about a mass check deposit at the end of the season. This would then make us more hesitant to send out additional checks to seniors during the season due to a fear that we might exceed our available budget. So the more regularly that you deposit your senior checks, the more checks we can release to serve more seniors who will then spend more of their checks with you. So it's a nice positive feedback if we can make that happen. Checks can be deposited at any financial institution. However, it is inevitable that every year there are a few banks where there are some issues that pop up. If you do have problems with a bank, please let us know and we will see if we can help to fix the issue. Usually the bank is concerned about fraud. They might just be unfamiliar with the program, or they might be suspicious because the checks are brightly colored. And we all know this, but bank tellers are in a high turnover profession. So maybe, you get one teller who's familiar with the program, and then shortly afterward, they're replaced by someone else who hasn't ever encountered it. In those instances, when you do hit a snag with a bank about depositing senior checks, please get a hold of us. We can usually smooth over any confusion and provide confidence that this is a legitimate, federally funded program. We can't intervene when the issue is a bank's terms of service. For instance, many banks will not allow you to deposit these checks directly for cash, or they might require a business account to deposit the checks. These conditions are usually, they're buried in the terms of service, the fine print, which again, that's something we just don't have the power or oversight to change. The only issue where we can intervene is helping the bank to recognize that the checks and this program are legitimate and they're legal for deposit. Before you deposit your checks, just do a quick run through and make certain that you have the senior signature, you have either stamped or written your farmer ID number, and that your signature is on the back of the check. If any of those are missing, your check will be rejected. And of course, check rejections can cost you money. They can be time consuming to try to get fixed and redeposited. I don't like to personally pay any check rejection fees. I'm sure that none of you like it either. So always, before you deposit, just do a quick double check and be sure to contact us right away. Every year we do get instances where the senior hasn't signed their check, and we can do things to get those issues fixed as well. Please also remember that the deadline to deposit checks is November 15, 2021. This deadline is in place so that all transactions can be completed before our grant year expires, and it allows us to gather our data and report it back to our funder, the USDA. So November 15th is a very latest date to deposit your checks. It may take a couple of days to fully process, and that is fine as long as the deposit has started no later than the 15th of November. And again, please double check that your checks are appropriately signed by the senior, by you, and that you have either stamped or written your 4-digit vendor ID number before you deposit. Okay, you are responsible for returned check fees if there are any assessed, which again is at the bank's discretion. If you have a check slip through the cracks, you might be able to resubmit that check for payment. In bank terms, this is called a non-fatal error. And once you correct that error, you could resubmit and get paid for the check. That doesn't mean that any check rejection fees will be forgiven, but at least you might be able to get the original $5 out of that check. The errors that are non-fatal are things like a missing endorsement for your signature or a missing vendor ID number. If the senior signature is missing, again, please contact us. You are not allowed to sign for the senior since you are not the person the checks were issued to, and you are not one of the proxies. You or a market manager signing where the senior is intended to sign, that could be considered bank fraud, even though you might have the best of intentions. The only way to resolve the missing senior signature is by contacting us and letting us sort out the issue. And this typically involves us contacting the senior in question, getting their confirmation that they did indeed spend the unsigned check. This can take time, but it is much better than, potentially illegally signing for the senior or trying to deposit the check and not getting paid for it. In the event that we discover evidence of improperly deposited checks, we will take action to require you to refund those dollars back to our program. All right, so here is an example of what the 2020 program check looked like. The format and the placement of text, signatures, and boxes on the 2020 check will be carried over to the 2021 check. However, the color of this year's check will change. And many of the rules of the programs they're really handy because they're listed right there on the check. So if you're having trouble remembering to not give change, just look at the check. It actually says no change given on it. It also lists the deposit deadlines, eligible items, and the valid dates of use. Pay close attention to the dates as you are accepting checks, because any check from a previous program year has already expired and it will get rejected automatically. We're not allowed to pay on any checks deposited from prior grant years because we're operating only under the current grant year funding from USDA. And of course, don't forget to sign the back of your check. The 2021 senior checks will be this orange gold color, and that should make it easier for you to determine that the check you're receiving is from the current year and that it applies to this program. So understand that the color on your monitor, that could be slightly different from what you see when the check is printed, but at least you'll understand that the general color family is going to be that gold orange color. Because this is a government funded program, sales taxes are not required to be remitted to the state for sales made in exchange for Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program checks. This means that you cannot charge sales tax to seniors for purchases made using the senior checks. If you make sales to seniors who use their senior checks, please make sure that you report these sales correctly so that you do not inadvertently remit sales tax for them. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you again. It is kind of cutting in and out again. Sorry.
Okay. So please pay close attention. If you are confused about how any of this works or what you are expected to report, you can contact Lisa Lycombe Jones at the Kansas Department of Revenue at this email address or the phone number listed here, and she could help with those questions. So if your sales tax is already figured into your sales price, then you need to figure out a way to back that sales tax out. So if, for instance, a senior spends $5, how much of that purchase price is sales tax? Let's say for purposes of this example, it's 50 cents, although of course in reality, it will be determined by your tax jurisdiction. If a senior spends $5 and 50 cents is tax, then you need to provide the senior with an additional 50 cents of product. This would ensure that you're not charging sales tax and not violating program rules. So keep in mind that if you are charging seniors sales tax, but then not remitting that sales tax to the state, then you are in effect charging senior participants more for the same product than customers who would be paying with cash. This is also considered a violation of program rules. So please just pay attention and either do not charge sales tax or make certain that you are providing extra product in the amount of the sales tax charged so that you are not in violation of the rules. Is it any better for anyone? I apologize that I keep cutting in and out.
It's better sometimes, and then it kind of cuts out a little bit, but overall, I think it's better.
I think it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, checks cannot be exchanged for cash, which means that no cash change can be given. For instance, a senior cannot purchase $3 worth of tomatoes and then receive $2 in cash change from the check. Also, no cash refunds or credits can be given. The dollars in this program are of course meant to be spent on certain items in specific places or with specific people. So any checks that are converted into cash They can't be tracked by our program, and that money could be spent on unauthorized product. So it's just not allowed for cash change to be given in any circumstance. Please keep in mind that exchanging checks for cash includes exchanging checks with other farmers. If a neighbor vendor at your farmer's market decides one day that they're going to accept senior checks and then they realize they can't deposit them without being an authorized vendor, don't give that vendor cash in exchange for you cashing their checks. You should only cash checks that you accept for your eligible product. In that kind of a situation, you would need to refer that vendor directly to us in KDHE so we can figure out if they might be allowed to deposit those checks and whether they could become an authorized farmer vendor in the program. Okay, the USDA requires that each state's senior farmers market program do compliance visits with 10% of their farmer vendors each year. And these visits can be farm visits or farmers market visits. And a farmers market visit could be either covert or overt. And in Kansas, we typically complete our visits at farmers markets covertly throughout the season. Occasionally, we will set up a visit at a farm with a vendor who we may be unable to visit at a farmer's market. And there are several classes of violations that could be assessed as a result of one of these visits. Class 1 violations include negotiating checks without a valid farmer ID number, or in other words, accepting senior checks when you haven't turned in one of those authorized farmer agreements for the current grant year. And a reminder, these are due to us by June 1st. A Class 1 violation also includes failure to display the appropriate sign that alerts seniors that you participate in this program. And if you commit a Class 1 violation, you will receive a warning letter from us alerting you to the problem and giving you solutions to fix it. Unless further violations are noted, that would be the end of a Class 1 violation. Class 2 violations include accepting checks for ineligible items, discrimination, or 2 Class 1 violations. For instance, if you fail to display your sign, we alert you and we tell you how to fix it, and on another visit, you still failed to fix that problem, you would be assessed a Class 2 violation. Sanctions for a Class 2 violation will result in a non-compliance letter, which is more strongly worded than just the warning letter, and it includes a requirement that you follow up with us to discuss the issue and to fix it. Generally, we do make an effort to visit vendors who have received Class 2 violations, again, within the same season to ensure that the program violations have been resolved. And Class 3 violations include any of the following: providing drugs, alcohol, or cash in exchange for checks, charging senior participant customers more than the current price charged to other customers, attempting to collect sales tax on senior farmers market nutrition program purchases, providing change back to the customer for purchases where the amount is less than the value on the check, or 2 Class 2 violations in the same season. So we've talked about some of these issues already in some detail, but it's important for me to say that we are not trying to trick or entrap anyone. We are sincerely looking to help you to participate in the program while also following the federal USDA regulations. It's not our goal to charge someone with a Class 3 violation the very first time we see an issue, and we will work with you to fix any issue we do see. However, if we do make an effort to discuss the issue and then follow-up shows that the solution has not been implemented or consistently followed, then you could be charged with a Class 3 violation. So sanctions for Class 3 violations include suspension or disqualification from participating in the Kansas Senior Farmers Market.
Sorry, Warren, it's kind of quiet again. Sorry. Sorry to keep bothering you.
No, I'm sorry. It keeps doing that.
Warren, could you maybe try without your headset on your headphone? It might be that microphone going out, and just use the mic on your laptop.
I can try that, sure. Okay, can anyone hear me now? And is that any better?
Yeah, I think it is. I think so. Hope so.
Oh, I have. Sorry, could someone say that again?
Yeah, I think you're good. And your slides went off of the presentation view though. Sorry.
Okay, everything look good, sound good now?
Yes, good. Thank you.
Great. Sorry about that, everyone. Okay, so class 3 violations, again, just please read and understand that the rules you are agreeing to follow for each year that you apply for this program. And if you have any questions, again, just talk to us, contact us. We will walk you through it. Discrimination is different treatment which makes a distinction of one person or a group of persons from others, either intentionally, by neglect, or by the actions or lack of actions based on a protected class. No person shall, on the grounds of race, color, national origin, age, sex, or disability, be excluded from participation, be denied benefits, or be otherwise subjected to discrimination under the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. Both farmers and seniors participating in this program have a right to file a civil rights complaint if they feel that their civil rights have been violated. Complaints must be filed within 180 days of the discovery of the discrimination, and they can be made verbally, anonymously, or in written format. Civil rights complaints are forwarded to the USDA for investigation, and they are jointly investigated by the USDA and by the state program. Ideally, when filing a civil rights complaint, the complainant would include the following information: their name, address, and phone number, location where the discrimination or potential discrimination occurred, a description of the incident, the basis for the claim or protected class, names of any witnesses, and dates when the action or actions occurred. The USDA does have a complaint form. However, as I mentioned before, use of that particular form is not a requirement for filing a complaint. Civil rights encompasses all aspects of the Senior Farmers Market Program, from the actions that we take on the state level to local agency actions, and also your actions at the farmers market or at your farm stand. In particular, I think 3 topics on this slide are very relevant for you. Number 1, conflict resolution; 2, customer service; and 3, reasonable accommodations of persons with disabilities. And when I say reasonable accommodations, I just mean considering how a person with disabilities might be able to navigate your farmer's market or your farm stand. Is someone who uses a wheelchair or a cane, are they able to navigate the area? Are there reasonable things that you could do to assist? So consider providing accommodations, maybe something like a ramp into a building, places to rest at a farmer's market, or making the location of your market more easily accessible to those who might have physical disabilities. The best way to avoid problems in the program is to be confident that you know the rules of the program. And oftentimes, seniors do forget the rules for using their checks, and they're just overwhelmed. In those instances, we ask that you're pleasant, that you're helpful, that you show them that their check has written reminders of the rules on the check itself. For instance, the check itself states that it's good for the purchase of fresh, locally grown vegetables, fruits, cut herbs, and honey from a KSF M&P farmer. The check also states no change given. And again, that's just a reminder for both you and the senior that they need to spend the full $5 amount on each of their checks. And it also lists the dates that it is valid. Most importantly, be kind. Make sure that all your employees are familiar with how the program works. And it's really this interaction that you and that your employees have with each of the seniors in this program that determines not only their willingness to come back to your market, but also to participate in the Senior Farmers Market Program, which again is intended to provide funds for foods that they specifically have to spend with you. So we want them to continue to participate every year they're eligible so that they can keep purchasing your products. And there is a federal relay service for individuals who are deaf, hard of hearing, or have speech disabilities. They can contact the USDA through the federal relay service at the numbers listed on this slide. So 800-877-8339 for English and 800-845-6136 for Spanish. The state of Kansas will follow the Administrative Procedure Act to allow for due process to KSF MNP local agencies, authorized farmers, and senior participants. The expiration of the farmer agreement is not appealable, but other decisions, things like suspension or disqualification, those may be appealed. The appeals process is complicated, but I'm going to try to give you a short overview here. If a violation is found that leads to suspension or disqualification, you do have the right to appeal. You must make a written request for an administrative appeal to KDHE within 30 days of the receipt of notification of suspension. The Office of Administrative Hearings will set a date and a location within 15 days of that filing, and you will receive written notice of the time and place at least 30 days prior to the date of the hearing. You do have one opportunity to reschedule, and during this process, you can examine the documents and records that support the decision that is under appeal. KDHE will provide you with written notification of adverse action, the cause of the adverse action, and an effective date of the action. So for instance, if we send a notice of suspension, it would include what caused the suspension, the fact that you are being suspended, and it would give a date for which suspension would take place. It might also include other instructions like depositing any checks taken by a certain date before the suspension goes into effect, and notification will be provided at least 15 days before the effective date of the action. An opportunity for a fair hearing means that the hearing official will be an impartial party who is not directly associated with the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. And as mentioned, you do have the opportunity to review your case, which includes presenting your own side of the case, questioning or disproving testimony or evidence, bringing witnesses or counsel, reviewing the case record prior to the hearing, and advancing your own arguments. The decision of the hearing official will be supplied within 15 days of the hearing or within 60 days from the date of receipt of the request for a hearing. If you are dissatisfied with the hearing decision, you can appeal that for further state level review of the decision and possibly a rehearing. The same timeline and procedures outlined previously would still be followed. And if you appeal an adverse action, something like a suspension, and you are permitted to continue in the program while the appeal is pending, you are still responsible for maintaining compliance with the terms of your farmer's agreement. Now, let's talk about the authorized farmer agreement. All farmers who want to participate in the Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program during the 2021 season must sign and submit the authorized farmer agreement by June 1st, just like in past years. Please remember this. Every year we encounter vendors who thought that when they signed up a year ago or 2 years ago that they were in the program for life. Nope, that just doesn't, it's not the way that works, because the USDA requires that all farmers get authorized annually. It can be an unfortunate surprise to a vendor who missed that sign up deadline and is prohibited from accepting checks for 1 year. So please help us spread the word and let any farmers that you know of get signed up for the Senior Farmers Market Program before the June 1st deadline. So this authorized farmer agreement contains a contact information update sheet, a farmers market tracking tool, and a checks accepted here sign order form. Agreements can be submitted by mail or online, and both the online survey and the printable document can be found on our website, which is listed here as a clickable hyperlink. And only one agreement is required per farm, but you are welcome to list multiple business partners on the name line if you so choose. And just so you know, the printable agreement is available in PDF form in multiple languages, including English, Spanish, Burmese, Hmong, Somali, and Swahili. On the authorized farmer agreement, please make sure that you update your contact information so we can reach you if there are any banking issues. And please pay close attention and answer each question accurately to the best of your abilities. Again, providing us with full and accurate information just helps us have a clearer picture of the program as a whole and to make more accurate decisions during the season and in the future. And be prepared to list the farmers markets where you intend to be selling during 2021. Please include all the details that you know, such as the location, the days of operation, dates of operation, times. If we don't know when, where, or what time to send seniors to your farmers market, they might have a difficult time using their checks with you. And if that information is lacking, the first place that we go is to the Department of Agriculture from the land of Kansas registered markets. So I encourage you to register your farmer's market, if it hasn't already been, with From the Land of Kansas. It's a great way to advertise the existence of your market and also gives us a place to find all the important info to pass along to the seniors. And before you sign the agreement, please make sure you read the rules. These are the rules that you will be held to through compliance visits, and if you have any questions about them, please contact us before the season starts, again, June 1st, so that we can help you, so that we can answer them. So, bottom line here, if you get nothing else out of this presentation, we want you to know that you must complete the 2021 Authorized Farmer Agreement by June 1st, 2021. Display a checks accepted here sign at all times you are selling in this program. Sell only the eligible foods in exchange for senior checks. Only take checks during the dates indicated on the checks, June 1st through November 1st. Stamp or write your 4-digit farmer ID on every check. Make sure that every check is signed by the senior. Endorse the back of every check with your signature and deposit your checks into your bank account by November 15, 2021. All right. This was a lot, and I know that. The Kansas Senior Farmers Market Program can feel complicated, especially if you are new, but we are here to help. If you need assistance, you can always contact me, or you can contact either one of my colleagues who work in the program, Kathy Albert and or Sarah Sumner. Both of their contact information is listed on our webpage. If you're having trouble signing up for a webinar, probably won't apply to those of you here today. But if you know of other farmers who are interested and they need help, they can call us. They might seek out help from the local library staff, or a farmer's market manager might be able to assist as well. But they can always contact us as well. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, again, my name is Warren Hayes. I'm the acting Kansas Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program Coordinator. Please contact me with questions. I do prefer that questions come through my email address if possible. It's listed there, warren.hayes@ks.gov. If you don't have consistent email access, you can call me and leave me a voicemail message at my work phone, 785-296-8060. But I will say that because I no longer work in the office, it could take me several days to review your message and get your call returned and your questions answered. And here's the contact information for my colleague, Kathy Albert, as well. And I think at this point, we can open it up to any questions that come through.
Great. Thank you very much, Warren. That was great. And again, we had lots of great questions, which is always a good sign that people are engaged and listening and thinking about good questions. So, and there's been a lot of good information put in the chat. So I'm going to turn it over to Dana to ask some of the questions. And by the way, I will mention, and Dana can say this too, but we recognize that it's almost 12:30. And so obviously if some of you need to go, like we understand totally, but if Warren doesn't mind staying on a little bit later, we will keep asking questions if you don't mind, Warren.
Yeah, absolutely. Now's the time to ask. I'm here for it.
Great. Warren, if you want to stop sharing your screen now, that would be great. Super. Appreciate all that information. It was great information. So we're going to quickly go through some of these questions. The first one I have for you is, could you briefly just retouch on the tribal information from the beginning of the presentation?
Oh, sure.
That was the first time that you, the audio kind of opted out before everybody was kind of getting back in tune to putting up the information so we could read along with it. But just briefly on that, please.
Absolutely. So the typical age for eligibility for the program is age 60 and older. But if you are a member of an Indian tribal organization in Kansas, it is a age 55 and older eligibility minimum. That's all.
Great, thank you. One of the first questions we have is, will there be a new number assigned when they fill out application forms this year, or do those numbers stay with people throughout the program?
The numbers typically do stay with people throughout the program. If you joined the program 10 years ago and you were part of it for maybe a year or two, and for 9 or 8 years in between you hadn't been part of the program, then you might get reassigned a new number. But typically the numbers sort of carry through from year to year. If you were a 2020 authorized farmer vendor in this program, it would be highly unlikely that we would change your number for use. We try to, as much as we can, keep those numbers tied to a specific farmer just to prevent confusion. And anyway, we try to make it as simple as possible. So yes, usually that is the case.
Great, simple is good. With people using social media a lot, are vendors and people that are associated with the program, are they able to put on their Facebook page that they're part of this program so folks may come by and see them during the course of a day?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is every reason to do that, to build awareness of the program, to let others know that you are part of the program and that you can accept these kinds of checks. So by all means, advertise away.
Great. There's a question on eligibility of tree nuts. And the example given were chestnuts. Are chestnuts and other tree nuts part of the program?
Nuts are not considered, again, by the federal legislation. This is not an attempt on our part to, decide anything about nutritional quality, but nuts are part of the ineligible foods category. And unfortunately, we as a state recipient of funding from the federal level and federal regulations, we can't make any changes to that. So I believe chestnuts would be considered ineligible.
Great. We have a question from the Common Ground Producers group, and they note that there are many seniors in urban communities who do not have access to farmers market vouchers. How can Common Ground or others like them help distribute coupons to seniors who do not have access, and how can nonprofits help distribute those coupons?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it's more about building awareness and making the connection between the senior who could be eligible for the program and the local agency that operates in that locality. So as you remember, we had that map that showed all of the areas that were covered across the state in this program. It's not the entire state, and we know that. We're trying to expand as best we can to reach the highest number of seniors and most amount of farmers that we possibly can. But for purposes of this program, we only authorize certain locations across the state. I believe it's either 20 or 21 currently, current locations around the state that are authorized and have received the necessary training and have filled out the necessary contract forms to be able to take senior applications and distribute checks. So although we wouldn't allow for a mobile market, say, to take senior applications and distribute checks because of the program regulations around us needing to work through a local agency, any kind of contact that a mobile market might have with, as you say, urban seniors who aren't aware of the program, we absolutely want you to be able to make the connection between the senior in question and the local agency so that the local agency can get them signed up and get their checks to them. And each local agency does operate, I won't say independently, but they have the opportunity to decide what method they take senior applications and distribute checks. So no one does it the same. So it's good to be able to get into contact with them by phone, by email, to find out how their individual processes might work.
Great.
We want to build awareness as best as possible. And yeah, nonprofits and mobile markets could play a big role in that.
Well, that's super. Everybody needs to work together. That's great information. One of our participants today wants to know, they state that their sign that they have is still in good shape, but they noticed that the logo is just a little different than the one that you showed earlier. Do they need to get a new one, or can they continue with what they have?
They can continue with what they have. Yep, as simple as that. As long as it's still legible and it says the right things on it, then absolutely, they can just use their old one.
That's good. Another question we have is, what is the deadline for seniors to apply for the program?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the application process, again, is done at the local level with the local agencies. It opens on June 1st. So that's the first date that they can apply for and receive their checks. And the very last date that they can do it is September 30th. So there's about a 4-month period in which seniors are able to apply for and receive checks. And then after September 30th, there's that November 1st deadline for the program to end. So there's another month afterward for them to actually spend their checks. Good question.
Good. Does the program offer information to seniors who are participating in the program as to where farmers who participate or selling their produce are located?
Yes, we do. We have started creating what we call postcards, and basically it is a small piece of paper that lists regionally. So we have the state blocked off into, I think, 4 regions currently. It's like the Kansas City metro region, Northeast, North Central, Southeast Kansas, and South Central and Western Kansas. But we, as best we can, again, based on who has applied and what farmers markets they've listed, we try to pull all of that information and list for each of those regions the exact name, location, days and dates of operation of farmers markets where we have authorized farmer vendors who say that they are going to be selling in 2021. So those are part of the senior application and education and nutritional education packets that the local agencies provide to seniors when they come in to apply.
It's good to hear. We have a question on the application.
Yes.
If you could please explain listing other farms on the application. Is the person, are they able to list the farmers in their network, which they work with, that also accept vouchers?
Not currently, no. We currently do not ask for that, no.
All right, I'm going through these. I see that we're having some help from some folks from your agency that are answering questions on getting credit for participating in this. And so if anybody wants to look through the Q&A on that, that would be great with it. One of the questions that we also have here close to the end is on unused funds from last year. Is there any way to utilize those funds for this upcoming year so that those funds aren't totally lost?
Yeah, I wish that we could, but at the end of each grant year with USDA, we are required to remit any unused food funds. That USDA has a very specific category of funds that have to be used to reimburse those, either those checks that are deposited, or we have that bundle program in the northwest corner of the state. So the food funds have to be used for either of those categories. And it's unfortunate, but at the end of the year, we do have unused funds. And based on the program rules and regulations, we do have to send that back to the USDA. My understanding is that the USDA sort of pools those from multiple states who are, have the same situation where they have unused funds at the end of the year, and that they are recycled back into the program the next year. But again, it's USDA and the federal government that has ultimate funding decisions about the program.
Well, great. There was a follow-up to that just came up on the Q&A, Warren. Can we do a year-end bundle the same as last year, or in the same year, excuse me? Can we do a year-end bundle in the same year?
Can we do a year-end bundle in the same year? I don't think I understand the question.
All right, Mark, if you could add a little to use the remaining funds. Still a little lost on this, but Mark, how about if we just get you and Warren together and afterwards? Kathy's also answering in there, so we can check the Q&A on that. Warren, thank you very much for your time. We've cleaned up all those questions and answers that we had, and I'll turn it back over to the team here to finish up with anything we have last minute.
Great. Thank you so much. And thank you, Warren, for staying on after 12:30 after your assigned time. And thank you so much to all of you participants that are staying on too. I know people have things they need to go to too, but this is great, Warren. And I just want to say really quick, I meant to say this earlier and neglected to, but I know for example, one of our county age offices in Cherokee County, they help distribute the vouchers for the Senior Farmers Market Nutrition Program. And our agent down there was mentioning to me just the great success stories with this project, and had some really good quotes of how beneficial this project has been for the vendors as well as for the seniors that are receiving the vouchers. So I just think it's a wonderful program, and it seems like a win-win-win. And just really want to appreciate KDHE for really working together with all of us to try to help make this program as good as possible. So we really appreciate all your efforts. And particularly, yes, as we all know, last year was definitely challenging. So really appreciate your work on this. So thank you again, Warren. And yes, and thanks, Kathy, for helping answer those questions too. So with that, we are wrapping up. Thank you so much for joining us today. This afternoon, you'll be getting an email with a link to an evaluation survey. We really do appreciate your input on the evaluation, because that's how we plan. I mean, that's how we plan this year is sending out evaluations from last year. And then also some of you might have received an email, a few months ago when we were planning this. So we really do want your input on how we can make this better and how we can, just keep providing information that's useful to you all. So, and again, next week, you'll be getting an email with a link to all the recordings. And then again, we're going to try to get as much of that information in the chat box and in the Q&A out to you as well, because we know there's been a lot of great resources that are shared. And you can definitely share the recordings with your colleagues, others that couldn't make it. People don't have to have registered to be able to access the recordings. They're going to be available for everyone. And let me see. And then copies of the handouts that you requested when you registered either you should have already received them, or you'll be getting them soon. And I know that there was something put in the chat about the scales too. You should have received an email about that. And so with that, I think we're going to wrap up. I don't think any more Q&A came in. Nope. So we really appreciate everybody's time and joining us, and hopefully this was beneficial for you all. And if you do have questions, thankfully Robin Bloom has been very great about answering questions. So thanks to her. So the phone number there is 785-564-6759. And thanks again. And we're going to sign off now and just hope everybody has a warm weekend and a great season ahead. So thank you, everyone.